Jonah will be secured at least by Peter. The
What?
from afar, gets high, ends up losing his life and sees Triple G just basically falls
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with my good old friend Husky. We are your casters for the day.
Yeah, so excited to be back on another regional stage, this time for 2024. It has been an exciting 2 weeks, well, almost a full 2 weeks. Today we closed it out. And I would say the competition has been very, very explosive across the entire region. Of course, enough said, Thailand still at the top, but in the middle pack, that's where it gets a bit more unpredictable.
Yeah, you can say that again, man. Thailand at the top, like you can say that 5 more times, right? All 5 teams from Thailand are stacking at the very top of the leaderboard, not allowing any of the other teams to catch up with them. Even if they do, it's on a day where those teams are not even playing, right? For today, it's going to be Group B taking a break. Groups A as well as C, they do battle, which means we get the pleasure of seeing Buriram United back in action. My question today is going to be whether or not they really get back into action, because they've been having a couple of, roster swaps. They want to test out some of their substitute players, and mainly Funa, who has not been doing as well as the rest of the team members. But even if so, they're still pretty much at the top, Husky.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, they are in 3rd place, right? They're not even too far away from first. They only need less than 50 points. So that's 2 or 3 good games, and they should be right back into the rhythm. But this Funa change, I think, has been kind of preempted ever since the previous international appearance, and that was kind of the Snapdragon Pro Series, right, where they took back the trophy back to Thailand from Indonesia. I would say it is a good change moving forward. Sometimes you need to kind of sow the seeds for the future generations. Yeah, this is a good first step.
And this is the best place to get it done. We've got 6 weeks of group stage.
Can you believe it? 6 weeks of group stage for a regional event. Unheard of. First time ever, by the way.
I mean, first of all, when they wanted to add like group stage sort of a setup in the World Series, we were like, okay, this is great. But now they're just taking it to a whole new level, and I absolutely love it. I wonder how this year's World Series is going to be. If this is the format that kind of checks out, we're just going to have an absolute party later on. And of course, this amount of time, this sheer number of games allows teams to go out there and experiment quite a bit. And that's exactly what teams like Buriram are doing. But even if so, there are some of the other teams who are struggling quite a bit. And you can see the disparity of points is absolutely mind-blowing, right? You're looking at Stalwart sitting down at the very top with about 373 points. And down at the bottom, you have got Team Flash with just 102 points, 200 points between them. We're just in week 2. Week 2 hasn't even ended yet. 4 more weeks of play. How in the world do you catch up with that?
I mean, that's exactly why we have 4 more weeks. There is an opportunity, and at the end of the day, the easiest, the simplest rule to follow is that if you can't finish first, just finish enough to qualify for the grand final. That has always been the golden rule of thumb for Free Fire. If first and last the differential is incomprehensible, just look at first and fourth. That's like what? More than 100 points difference, right? That should give you a very clear idea of how top-sided the competition currently is.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, yes, some may say that Stalwart's going all out already, and perhaps that could just be their weak point later on in the grand finals. They may just be giving away all of their drop spots, all of their rotations, unless of course they've got like a plan B hidden away somewhere that they have not used at all. This might just turn against them, because Stalwart themselves, alongside Reverse Red, have been proving to us that when you get your homework done, you should be able to grab quite a number of easy points. All of those hot drops drops onto teams that are not really able to stand up against them has been able to give them quite a jump up to the top.
Yeah. And I would say, you know, we have a video recap of the previous match.
Will be spotted, but well, beauty as well. Star Wars Esports took down the Kings of Bermuda with a booyah.
Looking for the 19th one, and there's no way in hell they do not get the 19th one. Three right in front of him, dropped, and all three players shooting him at the same time for the booyah attack all around with a massive game. Red Diamond outside of the circle. You now need to hurry up, get into the middle of the circle, recover yourself a little bit. Both of them get taken down. Booyah by Indonesia. Waiting for that opportune moment. Goes trying to recover himself. A sliver of health. Goes trying to still taken down by the Bison. But look at all of those. And it is Vietnam with a booyah to stop Thailand. And of course, that was the highlights from day 2, where Reverse Red managed to attain their goal of 105 points, more than 100. They're going to be smiling year to year. But this is our tournament format. Like we said, it is quite the journey. We are just in week 2. Today is the 31st, which means it's the final day of play within the month of March. We've got 2 more months of play, April as well as May. This all culminates at the very end of May for the grand finals that's placed on the 26th.
I'm not gonna lie, AJ, when I first saw the calendar on the broadcast, I was like, whoa, what is happening? Is this like 2 different leagues? But no, it's 6 weeks of competition. Oh, well, 6 weeks of competition in the group stage itself. And of course, this is the prize pool. As you can see, it is an insurmountable amount of prize pool. We are just growing every single year.
Absolutely, man. $300,000 on the line. And the winners, the champions of the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024, walks away with a solid 100 grand. That's a lot of money now. What would you do if you had a fraction of that 100?
So, someone asked me this question before. If you have a lot of money, what would you do with it? I said I would save it. I think
oh my God.
Living cost is going
terrible.
up. But realistically, I would like to start building a studio. And the first thing I would invest in is actually a piano. Yes. I haven't been playing the piano for a very long time. If I get 100,000 grand, I have 100 grand, and that's it. I'm getting a piano.
You're playing in a team, Husky, so you're probably going to walk away with maybe 25 if you give some to your organization, 20K. But 20K is technically close to 100,000 US Malaysian ringgit, so I guess you got that one right.
I can still get a piano, don't worry.
12 points if you hit the booyah, 9 points if you get that second spot, and of course you minus off 1 point for each and every single consecutive placement. Below that, 11th and 12th unfortunately gets nothing, but you can buffer yourself with those eliminations.
And it's just the cardinal rules of Free Fire, and we have gone through this many times. I think this is probably the 4th year we talk about it, but at the end of the day, a lot of teams are starting to understand that yes, I get placement points, that's great and all, that's fine and dandy, but if those eliminations points don't come rolling in, then eventually we're going to get overtaken by teams that are just more willing to take the initiative. And I think when you look at the overall standings, you can get a clear picture of why teams like Stalwart, like Buriram, like Reverse Red are at the top.
Absolutely, man. And of course, with the current meta, it is all about those eliminations, right? First 3 circles, you've got your pocket market, which means your revivals are easy peasy lemon squeezy. But let's see what happens if at all we do have a tiebreaker situation, which has of course been extremely rare. But if we do get there, we'll go by the number of booyahs followed by the total eliminations. And if even that fails, we'll go by the survival rank of the very final round that's played. And there's no way that fails.
And there's no way, that is the last resort, and I don't think any teams want to be in that position where you could have the best of rounds, and because of a tiebreaker, we look at your last performance, the most recent performance. I think historically we don't even had issues with numbers of booyahs because there's just when we have to decide winners, it's mostly very top heavy. So thankfully, tiebreaker rules so far is just for reference for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, you'd never know, bro. You'd absolutely never know exactly when you're going to need it, but it's always better to be safe than sorry. Going back to what I was saying, current meta, you are all about the eliminations out there, and that's exactly how Stalwart, Reverse Red, Esports, have been absolutely dominant at the very top of the leaderboard, getting all of those eliminations for themselves, picking up easy points, I have to say, within the first 3 circles in itself through their aggressive gameplay. For today, Stalwart is not going to be in presence. The whole of Group B, as a matter of fact, will not be playing. It's only going to be Group A as well as Group C with Esports Divine, C-Triple-G, Team Flash, Expand, Indostars, God of Wolf, and of course Group C has got WAG, Deva United Apollo, Buriram United Esports, Todak, Onyx Olympus, as well as Attack All Around.
And I think it is also pretty good news for Group A and Group C because 5 out of the 6 teams from Group B are actually in top 12. So they're hogging their grand final spot. This is the chance for the teams who are struggling to get that slot. Like for example, WAG, GOW, right? They are also quite a distance away from teams like IDS and Heavy, who will not be playing today. And it's going to be kind of a good opportunity for them to score some of those points. Group C, WAG, Dewa United, Apollo, Onyx Olympus, Todak, Buriram United, and Attack All Around.
And you are absolutely spot on with WAG having to work extra hard today. They need about 34 points just to catch up with Indostars. Indostars obviously going to try to make their day a little bit more difficult here, but Heavy has no options whatsoever. But Heavy is a little bit more further away, right? You need about 41 points solid out of WAG in order to overtake them. One would say that 40 plus odd points through 6 games should be possible, but then there was the PE Sport sort of a run yesterday, which absolutely shell-shocked me, man. 6 games, 19 points. I was not expecting that.
No, I think maybe coming from PE Sports is a bit unexpected, but we've seen examples of that maybe across some different teams. Of course, just a quick recap, right? I mean, again, knockout stage for Group C, WAG, Dewa, Onyx, Todak, BRU, and Attack All Around. If you want to talk about being shell-shocked, man, look at where Todak is right now. They are not even within an arm's reach of that 12th spot. Some people might say it's expected, but come on, man, you got to buckle up.
I mean, yesterday I made a mean joke. I said even if they hit the booyah, it's going to mean absolutely nothing. And they got close enough to it. It still meant absolutely nothing. 127 points. And those that are currently in 12th spot are sitting at 195. That's 68 points needed just to catch up, just to get into the top 12. And Indostar sits there at the top 12. So you got to really hustle here today if you're Toda. Same goes for Homebois. Malaysia is only represented by one strong team right now, and that is Expand. But when you look at Indonesia, Esports Divine, this has been a very consistent team, and their consistency has kept them in the top 12 without much sweat.
Yeah, they have been kind of they kind of made appearance on international stage here and there, right? It's not like they're always present. It's not like they have 100% attendance, but when they do, they make sure that they make it count. And Evos Ray has been one of the key members for his team, one of the key support members, in fact, with the most used character being Homer. And may I just say, I'm happy to see Homer back in action. It's been such a long time since you get to gather intel with a homing drone.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, Homer now, you can buy your secondary active skill from the shop. I mean, like, I have no idea what has happened to Free Fire, but it is crazy out there, man. But of course, let's check out the stats of Expand as well. Average elimination 6.1, average damage 4,190. Not too high, but just enough to get them into the top 12. Of course, we saw a great start from them at the start of week 2, and we want to see the continuation off of that. And one of their key players here, X-Roy, I would not say he's the very best, because this is the kind of team that brings in all 4 equal players out there onto the battlefield. It's all about the teamwork here, but he surely knows how to dance around his opponents with a Tatsuya.
And especially this is kind of like the first time in a long time that Expand is playing without Too Fast, right? So the captain, or at least the ex-captain, is not there with them. Been with them onto the international stage multiple times, double World Series, and here they are with a slightly changed lineup, but the core of Expand remains the same. And when you look at the head-to-head comparison between these 2 players, you can clearly see that Ray, in terms of assists, just absolutely demolishes Roy. But what Roy is good at is getting those eliminations in.
Yeah, and Esports Divine has been a little bit more consistent than Expand for sure. But as far as the points difference goes between these two, a catch-up from Expand is most definitely possible. I truly appreciate production bringing up the comparison between these two, because it's going to be a heated battle for sure between the two. I mean, they're very, very equal on many grounds, right? Yes, the damage as well as the HP healed might be a little bit more on the side of Esports Divine, but it really, on paper, it looks different. But out there on the battlefield, it's a 50-50 between the two.
Yeah, And when you look at the standings that they currently are at right now, Expand is just 15 points away from tying with Evo's Divine. So
Yes.
you're right, AJ, they're not that far apart. Now it's all about the very boring game of just being consistent in a fight. Just to give you guys a quick recap, the top 3 used character active skill, we have Tatsuya, who has been popular for quite a while now, alongside the A124 Disabler and Homer, the Intel Gatherer.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Tatsuya can be used either in an offensive setting or a defensive setting, regardless of how you use him. He's definitely one of the most abused skills out there, and it has been serving up the teams absolutely well. Homer, most of the time, brought in as the secondary skill, purchased from the vending machine. Nairi, Awaken Andrew, as well as Susie, your top 3 most used characters, with Andrew, Awaken Andrew, I have to say, being the one who is the most used, because you do get that extra buff when when more players within a squad bring him in, and based on what we've seen thus far, the whole squad stacks him up.
It's also kind of it's shifting the meta, I would say, of Free Fire to be a bit more team oriented, and that does beg the question, right? How are these teams going to coordinate? I know we've seen it from top level teams, but now teams who are in the middle or at the bottom of the barrel, they're going to start buckling up and stop relying on just individual plays. And I think the pet also comes into play as well. The Avron, the Beaston, and the Dreki being the top 3 most used.
Absolutely, man. And Avron, of course, getting that information that Intel will help you out can be used once again, just like Tatsuya, in an offensive setting or a defensive setting. When you're trying to get away from teams, you want to check out your back, you can't really see because your eyes can only see so far, you use Mr. Arvon out, right? Here are the maps that we will be playing, all 5 maps in action: Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, and then of course we hit the randomizer for game 6 to see exactly who Lady Luck wants to smile at today.
I just want to see how these teams are going to start off. They're going to do it strong, right? Reverse Red clearly at the top, leaps and miles ahead of teams like Expand and Heavy. But of course, we are only going to be looking at Expand today in particular, because Heavy doesn't really have a chance, have a say in this matter.
I mean, when you look at the top 3 teams on this map, Reverse Red as well as Heavy, both of these teams will not be playing because they are in Group B, so we don't really have to worry much about them. When you take a very closer look at just the teams that are in Group A as well as C, your top 3 teams are going to be Expand, CGGG, as well as Evo's Divine, and ding, ding, ding. Expand, Evo's Divine. It's a good storyline to start the day off with.
And then the CGGG, who is slightly ahead of these 2 teams, and today also having a pretty decent chance on making their run. I would say just now, we just rewind a bit, right? We talked about certain teams giving you just a big surprise on their performance. I want to talk about one team in particular, and that team is Team Flash. What the hell happened to them?
It's the new meta, bro. Team Flash is just not the super aggressive kind of team. And with the change of what Garena Free Fire has brought into the game in recent times, it is just such a fast-paced game. Early in the game, I think you're already looking at about 20-30 eliminations. So easy, right? Because the revivals are a no-brainer right now. You've got so much more Free Fire coins out there. You've even got Susie that you can bring in as a passive character to give you more coins. And now we're starting to see characters or passive skills like Iris being used as well, because when you've got Susie and you do take a knockdown onto a player that has already been tagged, you get an extra 100 coins. So revivals are... You don't even need to hustle for it. Nobody uses the revival platform anymore.
I suppose that's one way to look at it, but I think the introduction of the gold portal also changed a lot of the dynamics of this game. Back then, if you want to take a fight, it's either frontal or you're trying to encircle your opponents, but right now you can easily change the position of your team. It allows easier maneuverability around the map. I remember when it was first released, it was ultra confusing because there's just multiple portals on the map, and you want to find, and it's hard for you to figure out who is who. You can go to other people's portal and all those yada yada shenanigans. But right now, I'm starting to like it because teams are making that portal an aggressive means of offense.
I will be absolutely honest. When I first started casting for Free Fire, it was an okay game. But now it's turned into such a beautiful platform for you to go out there and just show how much of game sense you have out there on the battlefield. And yes, I absolutely agree with you, man. The Portal Go has been an absolute game changer. But as we hop on into Bermuda, let's see exactly who the flight path here is kind to. It looks like everyone is going to be cutting down pretty much halfway through the map. Even Sentosa should be reachable, but of course, you got to walk a little bit.
Just a very slight distance for them to travel. Most teams, like you say, is going to the southern side, which means Evo's Divine gets a very, very nice start, right? Uncontested in Shipyard. It's slightly surprising that on that northern end, even to the northwestern end, it is less dense than I would have liked it, and I would have expected, but it's still mostly an even spread. Buriram taking peak. That one is very much expected. Expanded clock tower. Nothing much has changed since we last saw them.
Dewa United. Oh, this is just gonna be an absolute party here at Factory. I believe Todak, Dewa United, as well as who's the third one there? Was another team that was just right behind them. But either way, we are gonna have a little bit of fun shortly. Oh, WAG.
That's WAG. Yeah. Very close to each other, them and Todak, and obviously Todak trying to reconvene with their last member coming in from the southern side, and they have good info where WAG members are. And knowing Todak, this is probably where they try to take the first contact and get some extra points. There is a revival point nearby that they could use, so Raja will be the first one to kind of get a couple of attacks onto Cyrus. There's a mini Uzi in hands, a 2 versus 1 though. Doesn't really have the best odds, but Fakery supporting from long range gives them the first knock, and Dolphin, now he's going to be pincered. Zen from a secondary angle against Dolphin gets the knock.
The gunfight between these two teams is 100% 50-50, but what's Expand doing here? It's a very quick rotation coming through from Expand. They dropped on in, they got their loot, and they want to find some action for themselves. Cobra on the right-hand side flank, and this looks like it might just end up pretty badly for Toda, who arrived solid at Factory, got into a skirmish with WAG, and WAG have always been the better survivors as compared to Toda, right? Because when you look at the eliminations as well as their gunfights, they're pretty 50-50, but when it comes to the placement points, WAG knows when to abandon a gunfight and look for the space within the circle instead.
I would say Todak also has sped up that early rotation, just trying to find any stragglers possible. They've definitely read the movement from Todak well. Look at the auto go just immediately getting used by Xroy. That is just opening traps, catching the Exo from afar. And that is a good response from Todak. Now they have a chance to actually take on Expand in a advantageous position.
P90 versus the Bison. Zen has got the advantage here. What can Xroy do? Oh, Tatsuya bursts right behind him. Xroy tries for the sprays. Good glue wall. And he reappears. Zen just did not expect that follow-up.
Wow, I mean, Expand held on for so long that Exo not only got picked up, but backup arrived for the team. And Todak felt like they bided their time a bit too much. Perhaps not wanting to abandon their comrades, and they might lose more than just one. Travis gonna get circled around by Crime and KS, and there's only so much he could do. Surrounded by multiple members of Expand. The revival does come in, but Raja will get Cobra down, and Crime and KS instantly gets an exchange. Still worth it for Expando because they're getting secures.
And this is where the early game split drop starts to make sense in a game of Free Fire, right? Because of the capability to revive so quickly within the first 3 circles, and also as to how you're going to get hunted down like crazy if all 4 of those players are within the same compound, and if luck is just not on your side, your whole squad is going to get eliminated. But if you are split up, the chances of surviving obviously skyrocket instantly.
This could be kind of a standout between Attack All Around and Evo's Divine. There was a UAE sent out by Evos themselves, very quickly shot down. They also have a couple of utilities that they need to deal with, but Attack All Around clearly, with that bunker nearby, with this arsenal, will have a lot more of an agency to deal with Evo's Divine if they wish to push.
Evo's Divine cannot afford a skirmish at this point of time. They do have a couple of huts here at Plantation to back away to, but, well, I was about to say they don't know there's a team in front of them. With that UAV, they definitely know that someone's hiding behind that boulder. So it's all about whether or not they want to go and say hello. Dewa United with the R1, but R1 scans absolutely no one. And Attack All Around has a customer knocking on their door. Do they get served or not? Portal Go gets brought out. Ray, 50% on that HP, and no follow-up just yet. Here comes Jump God with the Mag 10, and the sprays are just absolutely useless. As a double stack from the side of Evo's Divine gives Apex the knock. Poon God, fantastic grenade, but he gets traded instantly.
G'day was just a straight-up Trogon in the face of Poon God to take him out. Jump God just got revived, but they can't really rejoin the 5 Foki. Getting pressured. Apex just takes the portal with the mini Uzi and takes out Foki. Evo's Divine with the big win.
I mean, it was a mistake from attack all around. They sent out the UAV, but they were not prepared for a battle. They gave away their position. Portal Go cut down the distance instantaneously, and they were ambushed. And that was a great response from Esports Divine. Instead of being the hunted, they became the hunters, and they took that advantage. Now attack all around just needs to turn tails and run away. Esports Divine gets some extra loot, and seems like we have got a similar situation here where the hunters are now hunted. Axel and squad trying to back away from Todak.
And CGG now arriving at the scene where the battle between Esports Divine and Attack All Around just ended. And Esports Divine having a decent spread, but that also means that their members are individually isolated. Koskyu knows that. It's very rare you see this guy goes for the push, but ABAX is completely out in the open. And CGG picks up the second.
It's a nice ambush by CGG. They heard this noise and they were saying, why not, right? And Esports Divine, unfortunately, have to back away to recover for just a little bit. Axel manages to find Fikri. In the meantime, attack all around. Full squad revival. No sweat at all. And Toda hits that revive as well. It's just 3 points first 3 circles at this point.
You think that a year ago, that when the revival system was first introduced, when we didn't have as much coins, that was already kind of a 3-point meta because people are getting brought back. And right now, we are doubling that. People are just coming back to life, and sometimes it feels like torture. On fire though, cornering Ray, and Koskyu again gets the finisher.
We quadrupled that, Husky. We did it.
You're right. With Susie, we quadrupled that. Yes.
Bro, look at the eliminations. We are not even in the second circle yet.
Wait, so I'm gonna do quick math. So that's almost 30 eliminations.
Insane.
And then you look at the players. We still have the full lobby left.
I know, right? 12 teams still alive and kicking. The circle's gonna obviously move on to the second zone. 23 more seconds for them to start moving as well. And it looks like Esports is going to find another one. WAG in the meantime finds a pretty easy target in Flash. Cyrus though goes down. Ghost as well. Team Flash all of a sudden went Super Saiyan.
Yeah, and WAG, they were ready for that revive button. Just bring back the teammates, and Dolphin, he is out of here. Don't want to give any extra points to Team Flash.
This is just way too funny. I love the hot action early on. WAG all split up on the battlefield, and now it's all about Team Flash and their decision making. Do they want to go for the pursuit or focus on their own positioning? I think it's going to be the latter for them. In the meantime, Expand as well as God of Wolf. A couple of shots traded, but neither one choosing to engage.
You know, I have a proposal to balance out the state of the game, right? Since people are getting revived so frequently, everyone is getting so many elimination points. Why don't we double the placement points that you get? There is gonna be more value to it, you know, because think about it. Give it some thought. You know, sleep on it for a while.
We already have too many points on the board, Husky. Okay, I'm trying to find a way to reduce the points out there. You're doubling all of them.
Right. Eliminations now give you half a point, right? 0.5.
Okay, that's better. Onyx just rotating, and UAV defensive one sent out to the back, and the portal go instantly brought out, and Wasana appeared like the god of death. Jack dropped instantly. Gardu taken out as well. Get high, backing up Wasana. And this time, I believe it is Jonah out of the equation. The captain himself is going to be taking his rest. Get high, gets to flex his thumbs just a tad bit. I don't know if he plays a forefinger, but maybe his forefinger as well as thumbs as they go on a hunt.
It should be an easy knock onto Gary. Not sure where he could run. Just public execution by Wasana. Funniest part was that as much as Onyx wanted to protect a teammate, they used 3 glue walls, and none of the glue walls are positioned to block long-range shots. And Wasana just pushed him with the portal anyways. IDS on the other side, finding Kiba and Onyx Olympus, the first team to get wiped off Bermuda.
Not fun if you're Onyx Olympus, and it's okay. It's not all over for them just yet. WAG, who's in the 13th spot, needs to hustle quite a bit to catch up with the 12th place, let alone Onyx Olympus, who are currently sitting in the 10th position. So it's all good. They can falter for a little bit, but hopefully this does not continue in terms of a performance for them. Team Flash, a couple of shots, and Portal Go just saves everybody's lives.
They did not want to give up on this though. They will try to encircle Dolphin, and yeah, easy knock. Nothing much that needs to be done. Nothing fancy. Kochu does get brought down, but should be enough support Raz from long distance to keep Kochu safe. And 18 there actually ended up being under fire with the blue zone now really hurting them. I believe BRU is on the top of the hill. This could be a push from BRU themselves.
I don't think BRU is going to be slowing down their pace anytime now. CGGG, on the other hand, have managed to spot out G'day, and they're going in for the shutdown. The rest of his team members not around here, though. The Homer does manage to find the tag. Coscu circles around, spots him through the window. There is a flank on the other side as well. So in a 1v2, a highly probable G'day gets knocked down. All thanks to the Trogon in the hands of Coscu, but no team elimination just yet.
Very systematic from CGGG, and Evo's Divine will still have some resources for the revive, but you can see it's starting to run dry for a couple of these teams. The revives are getting lesser and less frequent. Oh my god.
I do have
Speaking
to
about
agree.
that, I mean, Todak has like so many. They probably revive one person at least twice, but good to know that they are actually pretty close to the circle.
Todak's still alive. That's a miracle already. Let's hope and pray they continue to stay alive. They have been tortured in the recent times. But yesterday was a good day for... Yesterday was a decent day. I can't say it was good. Yesterday was a decent day for Todak, as opposed to their other days in performance where they were clocking in 30 points, 40 points, right? Yesterday they hit a 60. So that's a good improvement.
Yeah, that's good improvement. I mean, even if looking at this new format, now you really need to have the stamina to outlast everyone else, right? It has become a full-blown marathon. A lot of teams win because it's a sprint, but now let's see how we perform in the long run. Todak Fikri on top of the roof, and everyone else from Todak, they're gonna intercept and face off against Evo's Divine on the ground floor. Abax, yeah, he's still on the second floor. They're all running around in circles. Fikri drops onto the ground and actually injured himself a little bit. This could be a flanking maneuver.
Either team better finish this off right now, because here comes CGGG as well. They hear all of these noises. A R1 should be used at this point for them to find out exactly how many players are inside. In the meantime, Todak just cleaning house and throwing out the players of Evo's Divine, and one guy just said hasta la vista. He backs away, but CGGG shows up once again to stick their noses into Todak's business.
I mean, Odna with that grenade launcher actually gets a one-shot while, I mean, Travis gets knocked down. I believe Raja didn't even get the chance to stand back up, and that's a go time for CGGG. One more did get knocked down, but easily brought back up by Odna, and on fire with the charge buster. It's gonna make quick work of Todak. This could be the end of the Swordfishes in this game. Team Flash, meanwhile, wiped out off screen, and Todak also not doing that well as CGGG takes care of them.
I think there's a little bit of... okay, 11th and 10th spot. Todak, unfortunately, out of the equation already. RGS in the hands of Mr. 17. Needs to pop one, but hey, where did the guy go from the side of Buriram? Portal go once again. Allows for a quick escape. Buriram showing up, but instantly disappearing as well. God of Wolf skirming off with the players of Expand on the right-hand side, and it is Xroy with a charge buster. Easy knock, and Cobra finds the follow-up onto Dian as well. God of Wolf outside, but all blocked off with those fantastic blue walls, and RIP, the one alongside Iza, trying to hold on for their lives.
I think X-Men can easily get out of from this if they want. There is an entrance that they can take. RIP seems like he has a different thought compared to Iza. Iza needs to get into position to support him, but it's a bit too late. The portal has been laid down for Expand, and just want to clean up a bit of scraps before they make their move into the circle. Meanwhile, Indo Stars gets attack all around. Jamgor losing half of that health, and Indo Stars having high ground advantage. And in the circle, they might catch a couple of extra stragglers as the GOW members who got revived are circling above them.
Very nice play, and of course, luck had its own role to play in there. God of Wolf had a vending machine to play with, and therefore easy revive. They come back in, but they're just turning up to be fresh food for the players who want to take a couple of extra points. Buriram gets the knock, but Dewa United is the one who steals away the elimination point. Funa circling around all alone. Funa, what are you doing, son?
The craziest thing is that no one is in the circle except for IDS, and they got here because of the portal, so if anyone wants to challenge them, it is going to be a war zone. And speaking about war zone, we are literally in the middle of it with Axel on top of the roof, just getting free picking, and Cryman KS corralling every single one of their enemies into that kill box. And Cryman KS also pick up a few for himself and Expand, just opportunistic in nature.
Oh, beautiful stuff from both Expand as well as Dewa United. Expand now peeling away little by little. Beyond's going to be holding on to his own ground. He doesn't want to get away just yet. And the elimination leaders with the one and only Expand. 12 already. They've equalized what you can get out of the Booyah, but I'm pretty sure they want a few more. Axel takes Isa down as well. 13 now as God of War finally called it quits in Bermuda.
Circle they go. Expand having control over the entire southern side. There is still one Dewa United member inside the building, and I think Expand are fully aware of that.
What?
4 more teams left. WAG and IDS on the other end.
Funa, that's on you, Funa. So on Funa. I have no idea what that rush was for. He just rushed into 5 different players all alone, not waiting for any backup whatsoever. I guess the directive was go out there and train your gunfights. And he was like, yes, sir. Bad way to do it.
That's how soldiers are made. Just sacrificing yourself in battle. When
Extra
you
doing
get
the exact same thing now, but there's a portal go to back away. He was just bait. He's lucky he didn't get knocked down.
Wonder if Expand would take this move though, actually. When if IDS gets distracted, this could be a decent opportunity, but it seems like Expand splitting out their forces. 2 against IDS, 2 against WAG. UAV sent out towards the IDS side of the map.
All of them tagged up by the A124 already. Have to wait for it to cool off first. So that's why WAG wasn't really moving around much. But at the same time, Expand didn't really take advantage of this. Blue wall melt is going to be laid out first. Expand ignoring the players of Indostars and perhaps... Oh no! Cobra just did turn around. Woodpecker gets the one hit. X-Roy now pays a little bit of attention to Raz as well. No pickup for User. 18 Deer holding on for his dear life. Blocked off from all of the action. But Expand still goes in to find him as well. X-Roy gets knocked down, but the pickup should be pretty easy. WAG not waiting on ceremony, goes in to say hello as well.
This could be WAG's chance to shine, honestly. Cyrus and Krillin, they're coming in to pick up the scraps left behind by Expand, and that's IDS. WAG, they do lose Dolphin. Cobra still hot on their heels, but Cobra instantly taken care of by the Ghost. Fortunately for Expand, this could be an overwhelming task to overcome as WAG shows up. Krillin should receive the help that he needs. 3 more members for WAG, none for Expand. Booyah for Vietnam.
Booyah for Vietnam. They ended the day with a booyah yesterday. They start the day today with a booyah for their names. Fantastic play from WAG. Unexpected for sure for many who have been looking at the Vietnamese team struggle trying to get into the top 12, but that's the kind of fire that has been lit in their bellies. They are on the way up and they needed 34 points, but this is a good way to get there.
A very, very good way. In fact, we'll put them just half a game away, right? Just one decent match away from securing a top 12 finish temporarily on that leaderboard. But I would say also the decision making at the very end, they realized that Expand didn't label them as enemy number 1, so they took their time. Expand had to take care of IDS and they were just firing from afar, picking up whatever stragglers possible, and when Expand ran out of gas, WAG strikes.
And that's the difference between Expand as well as a team like Buriram. Not the current Buriram, the usual Buriram. The current Buriram is on experimentational phases. So they're trying out a bunch of different stuff. But the usual Buriram would have just waited to see exactly what the 2 opponents were planning to do before calling for an action for themselves, right? Because whoever who makes the first move is clearly at a disadvantage as they're focusing on one team. The other one can obviously ambush them from the back. Expand still though, even if they did manage to go in here, I see the creativity. They first initially focused on WAG, hitting them with that A124, getting into close proximity enough. And when they had forced them back already, they turned their sights over to IDS. But the problem here is WAG were not too scared to step up and go in for that fight. And that's exactly what Expand was not expecting, but they should have expected it because there are 2 teams out there.
Yeah, and I think if you want to go for these push, and I think Expand's move is also very understandable, right? You are surrounded by 2 different teams. You gotta clear out one side of the map to even have a remote chance of surviving until the very end. But they just couldn't do it fast and decisive enough, and that's also props on IDS for being able to hold on for that long. Did they win the round? No, but they surely did brought Expand down with them.
Yeah, it was a very interesting decision making from the side of Expand because they had used their utilities, their glue wall melters, their ice grenades thrown towards WAG, and then of course they flicked their crosshairs over to IDS. I mean, when you talk about the skills, if they had pulled it off, it would have been a fantastic maneuver, right? But it was difficult. But 5 stars for try.
Yeah, 5 stars for trying. There was the portal that was dropped down very early on. I think Expand were also debating on whether we want to split up our forces or which team do we want to push first. And I think they tried out they considered all the options and realized, I think we should go for IDS first. But at that point, the timing has missed. Even if the portal was still around, taking it at that point, it's not going to make a difference. You won't be able to catch IDS off guard. So the only way is to do it the traditional way, which is a front-to-front fight, which IDS was able to kind of fend off the best they could.
Yeah, IDS not really unlucky in the overall grand scheme of things because they are currently holding on, or they were holding on to the 12th spot. With this performance, they should have been able to jump up a couple of positions. At the same time, WAG aiming for the top 12, like you said, Husky, have managed to cut down the 30-ish points required down to half at least.
Which is pretty crazy, right? You get that injection from the placement points, and then I think they got double-digit eliminations at the very end. They are just one good game away from top 12 and at least pushing heavy down into that elimination red zone. But it's a bit surprising to see teams like Onyx Olympus bombing up very early on, and that slightly questionable move from BRU. I think that maybe the shot calling in the team also has a slightly different dynamic with Jonah's absence in this game, and I want to see it develop throughout the rest of the day.
It's not Jonah, it's just Fu now, okay? We just need to keep our eyes on him. But of course, we've got an interview here with the Vietnamese team of WAG. We'll be back with you guys in a bit.
Hello everybody, welcome back to our Vietnamese Booyah interview after the match. Right next to me is WAG the Ghost, aka the leader of the team. Can you say hello to the audience please? Xin chào đội trưởng của chúng mình, thì không biết là bạn có thể gửi lời chào tới các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Xin chào tất cả các bạn trên sóng truyền hình.
Hello everybody! Wow, really impressive that yesterday and now they have received like a winning streak to Booyah. How do you feel right now, huh? A very simple questions anyway. Thì đầu tiên là mình xin gửi lời chúc mừng đến The Ghost cũng như là toàn bộ mọi người ở trong WAG, là mọi người đang có một cái chuỗi thắng là trận cuối cùng của hôm qua, cũng như hôm nay chúng ta đã nhận được 2 con Booyah rồi. Thì một câu hỏi rất là đơn giản để mở đầu thôi. Bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Bọn em cảm thấy khá là vui khi bọn em dần dần bắt nhịp được với giải đấu và tìm ra được công thức chơi game.
We are really happy that finally we are back on the track and finding the right way to play the games. Then, what is it the right way to play the game? Vậy thì công thức chơi game đó đúng là như thế nào ạ?
Đó chính là tự tin vào thực lực của bản thân.
So just like yesterday from what Cyrus told us, just believe in yourself and be confident. That is the right way to play the game. Then, how do you feel about all the rivalry today? Thì không biết là The Ghost cảm thấy như thế nào về tất cả những đối thủ mình đã gặp trong hôm nay, và ai là người mà đối thủ bạn cảm thấy khó nhằn nhất?
Trong ngày hôm nay thì em cảm thấy là đối thủ mà khó nhằn nhất thì chắc vẫn sẽ là các đội tuyển Thái Lan, nhất là Bru.
He feel like everyone currently is all difficult to WAG, but the most difficult opponent is Buriram. Then why you choose Buriram? Vì tại sao mình lại chọn Buriram ạ?
Thì em nghĩ là tại vì Buriram thì họ đã khẳng định được cái tầm của mình ở trên đấu trường quốc tế rồi, thế nên mọi đội tuyển gặp họ đều phải e sợ.
He is like giving really high, how do I say, really confident and really good words to Buriram because they have been playing in international tournaments a lot. So their glory has been rise for all of us to see. It's really easy to understand as well. Then, do you have any words you want to send to your rivalry? Thì không biết là mình có cái lời nào mình muốn gửi đến những đối thủ của mình không nhỉ?
Em xin gửi đến các đối thủ là hãy cẩn thận đấy, bọn tôi đã tìm được công thức chơi game rồi.
Có cụ thể ai không?
Các đội đến từ Indo.
Indo á? Oh, a very special message to the Indonesia team. Wait for us and watch out as well. We have find the calculation to defeat all of you. It's very confident of the goals, the leader right now. Then, one more questions. I've seen that you guys have a really cute outro after you guys won the game. Then what does it mean? Thì mình thấy là các bạn đã có một cái màn ăn mừng rất là dễ thương luôn. Thì không biết là đó là từ đâu ra và nó có ý nghĩa gì vậy ạ?
Tức là bọn em thấy trên bộ phim hoạt hình, bọn em thấy ngầu thì bọn em làm thôi ạ.
So they have seen that outro in a cartoon. It's really cute. So they just followed it. Then thank you so much The Ghost and congratulations again on your winning, on our very first winning Booyah of the game. Then we'll see you later again. Bye bye.
You heard it from the man, you heard it from the goals, and he is pumped up after this game, number one, and specifically targeting the Indonesian region. I like
Yes.
it. It seems like Thailand is no longer public enemy number one. It's the growing, ever-developing region of Indonesia.
It's more like they know exactly who to challenge, right? You can't go and challenge the final boss at the get-go. You got to start somewhere. Unfortunately, the Indonesians are going to be the target. We have got 3 of them playing in here today. We've got EVOS Divine, we've got Indostars, as well as Onyx Olympus. And unfortunately for the 3 of them, they have got this WAG captain coming up for them. 5 eliminations thus far, 2,578 on the damage, 5 headshots, 5 knockdowns. The M82B, the star weapon in his hands.
And I think in this game, it's actually a slower game for WAG overall. They had some early skirmishes with Todak, and that one they had to kind of run away. And even throughout the game, I believe when you look at the kill feed, WAG have been forced to kind of allocate some resources for those constant revives. But you did point out at the start of the game that this team is a team with a very strong survival instinct, and the fact that they made it until the end and won it out is testament of that.
Yeah, great decision making. They always know when to abandon the fight and then, of course, pick up on the fast-paced action, the eliminations in the later parts of the game. Once they find their defensive position within the circle, I mean, it should be bread and butter for all of the teams, but you'd be quite shocked to see how many of the teams just don't think about that, right? Most are like Funa. They just want to take a fight. But of course, with the eliminations here, 4 out of Cyrus, 3 out of Krillin, and Dolphin is supplying the 2, means WAG is pretty solid on their climb into the top 12. One more game is all it's going to take for us to squeeze them into the top 12 to qualify on for the finals, but that's not obviously going to be the end. It's just week 2. We've got 4 more weeks of play. By the end of today, we'll find out if or not WAG is really serious with the challenge. Will they hunt down the Indonesians?
Well, we might be able to find out from the next game, right? If they really want to kind of speed up the pace, next game is where we see WAG's focus. But when you look at the top 5 players in terms of eliminations, obviously the Ghost and Wasana are tied for first, and then you have Cosq, On Fire, and ABAX. And this is not really a big surprise. I mean, BRU members, CGGG, all very elimination heavy players whenever you jump into a game. And it's good to see Cosq kind of taking that frontal approach a little more often than usual. He's usually the support, is tossing grenades at people, but right now he realizes that he can do a lot more than that.
Yep, your key players, 2 from Malaysia, Crime MKS as well as Xroy with the assists as well as the damage. Headshots, obviously, Krillin is going to be your man this time around as all of his opponents were marked. They were going for those coins. Suzy is obviously helping them out quite a little bit. And Cyrus takes the cake here as well. Just 2 teams on the highlights here this time around.
I think it's completely fine. It's day number 1. Well, day number 1. Game number 1 for the last day. Though, in this case, Crime MKS with that assist means that I think the dynamics from Expand also has slightly changed for the better. I'm seeing, Xroy, he has to take up a bit more of that role to decide whether to take a fight, and Cobra and Crime MKS are there by his side. And in this game, because there's so much skirmishes going on, we're seeing the Bison, the Charge Buster being the most used weapons alongside the Woodpecker.
And the Bison with the 22 eliminations, no surprise here at all. For sure, one of the best guns to use out there with the rate of fire as well as the damage. 100% in meta right now. The Charge Buster, probably not in the hands of an amateur, but in the hands of the pro players at this level, it's a no-brainer. If you get a well-charged up shot, you're going to get easy knockdowns, especially in that final circle with those close quarters combat. 26 points in total for WAG. Through the Booyah, they pick up 12, 14 eliminations in hand. 14 eliminations also in the hands of Expand, but of course, they take the second spot, so for a total of 23. But that's quite a decent number of points to pick up for the Malaysian squad.
Yeah, it's just kind of the placement points making the difference. Even for IDS, who were under immense pressure, were able to walk away with 16. And BRU, with a little bit of unforced error until the very end, still gets 14, followed by CGGG with 13. I'd say this game still, I think overall, for most of these teams, is an acceptable result. And then you look at the bottom, man, Team Flash still not finding their groove.
I mean, Flash not finding the groove. Todak's, they're feeling hurt at this point of time, right? 4 eliminations. They started off really well in the initial skirmish against WAG. They were trying to go in for the pursuit, could not get there because Expand showed up out of nowhere and started hitting them down one after the other. They scrambled, and from then on, it just went downhill for Todak. Hopefully, they can find their recovery in a little bit. But taking a look at the top 12, once again, WAG trying their very best to squeeze in to the 12th spot, and Heavy can do nothing about it. Their Vietnamese counterpart will just have to wait by the sidelines and watch as they get kicked down. Only 16 points needed for WAG now to overtake them.
And for Heavy, they will have to kind of just let nature run its course for kind of the conclusion of week number 2. But I think even in their position, you're not too worried, right? Sure, there are a couple of teams that can catch up to us, but the gap that they can create probably isn't insurmountable. Though in that first page for Stalwart and Reverse Red, that's where they probably would need to pay a bit more attention to teams like BRU and C2G who are catching up.
Yeah, and of course, both Stalwart and Reverse Red not playing at all, and all Buriram needs to do is pick up another 12 points. They're going to equalize. 13 points means they get a 1-up on Reverse Red. Buriram just needs 2 or at max 3 solid games or 4 average games to be in that number 1 spot. Buriram can sleep through today and they'll still be in that number 1 spot, no doubt whatsoever. But that is the scary thing here, right? Because this is the version of Buriram that's not even trying to win, and they're still climbing the leaderboard.
Yeah, Buriram's average game is kind of like the best performance for a lot of teams, and then Buriram's best game is games that win them trophies. I think that's the best way to put it.
Yeah.
Even so, and you look at BRU, despite them being in a phase where they're trying to figure out how these 4 starter players, this main lineup works, they're still kind of keeping some of the spirit of the roster, right? The core of it, which is they're taking very calculated fights. They still have Wasana, who is winning majority of these 1v1s. I think up to today, still unmatched in terms of CQC in this region.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, right after this, we hop on into Purgatory, and thus far, only 2 teams have managed to claim the Booyah on Purgatory. That's Stalwart Esports as well as Attack All Around. Stalwart has 3 to their name. Attack All Around has 2. Attack All Around plays, Stalwart's on break, so we know exactly who to look out for. Here are the top 3 teams on this map. Obviously, the first 2 we just mentioned, as well as Reverse Red in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, still a pretty big gap between Stalwart and Attack All Around. I mean, Stalwart, they are in the first place anyways, but Attack All Around now have a very, very good chance. I would even go as far as to say that perhaps this tournament, this whole marathon, could be a redemption arc for Attack All Around as a roster that disappeared from the international stage for almost 2 full years. They come back, they have a mediocre run in the most recent tournament, and now to this, which has a longer duration for you to kind of mold your team and your personality. This could be it. This purgatory consistency could be what makes Attack All Around known.
I absolutely agree with you. And of course, if we take a look at just Group C as well as Group A, your top 3 teams on Purgatory, they're going to be Attack All Around, Onyx Olympus, as well as Buriram United. We can look forward to seeing them out there. Expand Todak, the Malaysian squads, they don't really fare well on Purgatory, but this is a very different version of Expand as opposed to Week 1. So perhaps we might be able to see some magic out of them. WAG and Team Flash are the weakest teams on Purgatory. So from a Booyah, we might just see a too soon situation for WAG, but fingers crossed that's not the case.
Fingers crossed Team Flash also wakes up, right? It's not like they went through a big roster change. They sacked 3 of their members and they get 3 new guys that we've never seen before. This is a roster that we have seen play on the most recent 2 World Series, and yet to see them not being able to find any sort of momentum is a bit shocking, to be honest. The fact that we're already in the 2nd week. But the one thing I think is great is that they are still in good spirits, right? They understand that this is not going to be the end of the road. You still have plenty of chance, and if first place is not an option, 12th place will always be one.
That's one of the things that the tournament format actually gives you, right? Some reassurance that you still have time to catch up. You still have time to make those adjustments, whatever they may be. Find out exactly what are your true weak links. Sort them out before you make your way into the grand finals. But it could also be a double-edged sword here. You could just, slack off a little bit too much. You could just be a little lackadaisical at the very start. And then when you really want to catch up, you find out that, oops, a little bit too late.
Perhaps not for Team Flash. I think I have faith in these boys. Internationally, the craziest thing about Team Flash is that they have always been in the middle, right? It's an organization that you look at, you hear their name, and you know who they are. This is kind of a household name, not just in Free Fire. This organization is known throughout SEA, but they never really left a mark that is deep enough for you to look at them and be like, hey, this is a challenge. They are gonna disrupt the norm, but they're not going to be able to challenge the top, and that's something that we are still looking for from Team Flash, I think, since 2 to 3 years ago.
Yeah, I can agree with you, man. I mean, in recent times as well, when we saw, I believe the World Series of last year, Team Flash was still pretty annoying, especially when Malaysian teams are involved. They have been the bane of their existence. But now it's just a little bit of a different gameplay altogether. Hopefully, we see a change here at Purgatory.
Yeah, hopefully. I think Purgatory being a big map means that we are going to see, or we are expected to see a lot more, lesser of these skirmishes, but revivals become slightly easier. A lot more time, a lot more space for these teams to navigate and find maybe enough resources to prep for that final circle. And teams need to start realizing, with how the state of the game is right now, you are expected and you are required to fight multiple teams in order to win. And teams who are not ready, you are gonna endure the same fate as like Team Flash or Todak, who get wiped out because they cannot stand the heat, or teams that make slightly poorer decisions like rushing into the battlefield and getting punished for it.
I think someone just needs to go and hit the refresh button on Team Flash and tell them that the meta has been updated, because if they don't, then you're not going to see them scrim off a little bit too, extra at the start of the matches, which might just turn against them. We're going to hop on into Purgatory. Let's see exactly where the flight path takes us in a bit.
It should be exciting, looking at kind of the change of pace, the shift of tides, and where the wind blows. It all comes down to the flight path, where these teams will decide to land. Are any drop spots going to be altered just because we have a different grouping? So far, hot drops, we still see them every now and then, and thankfully it's between the teams who are more likely tucked at the bottom. The top teams, crazily enough, are deciding to play a bit safe, get enough resources before they start their hunt. Now, this is where the bottom of the leaderboard is going to influence how the middle pack reacts, because if they keep taking each other out, this is only going to make their lives harder.
That is true. Very decent flight path, but we have a hot drop instantaneously happening here. And WAG keeping their promise, hunting down Indonesians at Crossroads as we kick off Purgatory. Fingers crossed they do survive that encounter. But Team Flash, this is what we want to see them do as well. Take those hot drops, win out a couple of battles. Indostars are the ones who are being hunted here. And 18DM makes a good decision to back away. But he does not know that Leem is on that right-hand side flank. Tries to burst away with the Tatsuya, but a misaim forces him by the side of the trailer instead.
And Dolphin actually only got an initial knock, and now it's against Kochio. Dolphin easily wins that out. Leem wanting to find some trades. We'll find one, but it's not enough though. You need to get the secure Krillin, the first one to go down.
GG.
It's going to be between these two to go, showing up the captain on the side of WAG, looking for some retribution. And unfortunately, only one is left for IDS. Not around 10. Actually, IDS wiped out already.
Yep.
Wow.
I mean, you got to walk the talk, and that's exactly what WAG did. I love the momentum. I love the confidence. They ended yesterday with a booyah. They start today off with a booyah. They issue a challenge, and they saw to it instantaneously and prove that they know exactly what they're doing out there. I'm excited, but not so excited for Team Flash as they meet a titan of a squad in attack all around, who are very confident with their progress in the competition thus far. But Wally and Artemis are able to punish them. There's one guy off screen walking away from the side of attack all around. We should be able to hit that reset by bringing in their players right back.
And now they get some room to breathe. Say Triple G going on an exploration with a 2-2 split. Costco on fire in one as a group, and one more in Otna as the other. Todak also uncontested at Forge. It's very, very good news. That means that the arsenal unlocking in 60 seconds will be accessible to Todak as it is nearby that area. Moongard though will have to face off against the entire squad of Flash.
Boy.
Well, gets the drop on the Shin, but no finisher. Good coverage from Artemis.
Yeah, great flank from Artemis there. If he was not in that position, probably we could have seen a back-to-back elimination coming through from Poongard. The skills are obviously well respected out here on the battlefield. In the meantime, let's take a look at the Elimination King as well. Dolphin with a 3 to his name. You gotta love how he brought out the Mag 7. He ran out of bullets. He was halfway through spraying. Instantaneous switch out to the SMG. Continues to spray. Gets 2 eliminations back to back. And, just walks it off like it's nothing. But now they come across a contender that might be a little bit too much to deal with.
Yeah, Wasana, I don't think you want to take this. WAG very prepared for the situation. Well, at least for the Ghost. Might not have much more time left. Moshi on the flank, and then the rest of BRU trying to just corral him. Wasana getting the drop and kind of the point collection.
Yeah. Hey, once again, you gotta really, really respect what WAG did there. They knew that they were being pursued, and instantly one drops back, puts up those glue walls, slows down the pursuers. The 3 other players say, hasta la vista, we'll revive you in a little bit, and they just disappear from the map. That's the kind of decision-making we need out there when teams are super aggressive within the first 3 circles.
Minor push and pull as well. When do you want to disengage from these fights? Even though you have extra lives, it's still, even though it's considered expendable, you do have to be careful of all these resets. It brings you back to square one. See Triple G converging on the vicinity of where Triple A is. Attack all around so far has not been able to find a momentum, and with Jump God going down, this is only going to make the state of the game for them worse.
Square point 5, they come back with half their coins at least, instead of like 0 like last time. The adjustments are favoring those revives, but sometimes it might just not be on their side, right? Because with so many players still alive in here, if you don't have Falco, and pretty much nobody runs the Falco, you are going to get sniped out of the sky. So revivals are dangerous as well, especially when you're dropping in towards those 3rd or 2nd circle.
Yeah, I mean that's ever since the changes to Falco, right? You no longer drop faster than anyone else. So why would I even need to take it? It makes lesser
get shot
sense.
out of the air, bro.
I mean that's true, but with every other pet, I'd rather have info. I'd rather see someone when they're healing. I'd rather have the binoculars where I can scout people from 10 miles away. It would be useful in this situation where Team Flash are going up against GOW, the 2 Vietnam squad, going at each other, and Team Flash doesn't seem like to be winning.
Smart play by God of Wolf. They set up the portal go from the house on the opposite side, get onto the roof, instant shutdown, and Team Flash is in shambles. RIP Bison circles around both players. He spots them out, but he's going for the pursuit. Tags up Shin alongside the Kwang, who goes in for the left-hand side flank. Isa drops Artemis. RIP trying to break down a glue wall. Has got a backup from D Kwang as well, but God of Wolf not rushing on in just yet.
I'm surprised that they didn't all go in at once. Oh man, Shin would have really made a meal out of that. GOW with a bit of a careless decision towards the very end. Almost costed them, but thankfully the 3rd person was enough. Dewa United, meanwhile, against Todak, that initial nade to take out Fikri. Now Zen needs to respond, and beyond is a bit too accurate and lethal with that utility. Raja, the 2nd one to get dropped, and backup does come in. He gets picked back up, but Zen will be forced to take this, and is beyond and wins it.
Yeah, thank goodness it was Zen that was dropped, because the guy was broke anyway. He wouldn't have been able to revive anyone. But Raja traps as well as Fikri. They need to do whatever that it takes to back away from this engagement. Beyond, good glue wall to save himself, but the step around the glue wall by traps and the Bison does manage to turn that 180, and Deva United, they have been turned on. But thankfully, there is one final survivor there to keep the squad in play.
Yeah, the glue wall had a bit of a gap, so that Todak didn't have to use much resources to break it, thankfully. BRU actually walking away from WAG. I think it's a smart decision for WAG to not even attempt to stir the hornet's nest. Just like BRU pass and take their time.
Very smart play, and that will keep them alive for a little bit more. Buriram, on the other hand, are not really bothering to scout their surroundings. They're just running in a straight trajectory trying to find this next circle here. C-Triple-G, on the other hand, will be stopping by for a quick shopping session before they get into the next safe zone.
There are members of Todak nearby. I think Koskyu spy the senses are tingling. Has he noticed though?
Is he going for it?
Don't tell me.
Oh,
Wow,
there you go.
now he knows.
It's not
Maybe
gonna
that car was not there in the beginning. That's why he got suspicious. Oh yeah, now got the snipe Raja. Yeah, he's gone.
Toda is just being tortured. In fact, Toda has been tortured ever since we started off this league. So let's see if they can get out of that position. Very confident Toda is. You know, they fancy themselves even better than Expand. But I've just been waiting to see that performance, right? And we know they technically are, or I cannot say are, have been in the past pretty equal to Expand when it comes to the gunfights as well as capability to maneuver anywhere around the map. But something has just happened to them as well as Homebois, because they seem pretty far from where they used to be. They're kind of like Flash.
I suppose you could say that. I think for Todak, it is... I can't even say that they are still trying to figure things out, right? They've had this roster for quite a while. Homebois is just kind of... Homebois is just kind of an extension of Farang when Farang kind of exited the scene. But they just feel like a former shadow of themselves. Esports Divine, on the other hand, showing GOW how it's done. D Kwang, having the support of Iza from afar, actually gets him got down. It could be a possibility of a turnaround. That glue wall gets broken but built back up again. D Kwang, as long as he holds his ground, Iza has a good chance of supporting him from afar. A-Backs, name got from the side. D Kwang has 5 more glue walls left.
D Kwang expecting that backup. RIP's down already. Can he go in here for the pickup? A sliver of health left. D Kwang gets there. Good glue walls, and RIP back on his feet for sure.
I mean, Iza has not budged from his location since the start of this. He is that confident. Deanna gets brought back. Only sidearm in hand. There's actually something that he can loot out. Yep.
Nice.
Gets a Bison.
Wow.
D Kwang gets down good day. Oh, this revival spree might just give GOW enough bodies to overpower Esports Divine. RIP does go down. Deanna unfortunately gets dropped again. Doesn't really have much work with anyways. D Kwang, this man is a survivor. He's still in the fray. Gets aim got down. Good day also falls. D Kwang is a menace.
Oh, he is a monster out there, man. Single-handedly picking up RIP, dropping those players. So beautiful to see how God of Wolf just turned the situation around. But unfortunately for them, they're just going to get eaten up by Buriram United. God of Wolf, fantastic fight, but they had to get taken out.
Yeah, Iza got spotted by one of the BRU members from afar as well. And that is, like you said, just very, very unfortunate for their state. That was the best possible hold they could have hoped for, but not against a third-party intervention. Jump Gun, in the meantime, gets completely blasted. Ona with the grenade launcher in hand, and Koskyu in the front to take him out. And suddenly you have on fire on top. Keroro did not know what hit him, and attack all around, getting dismantled from multiple angles. Koskyu does drop, and Foki wants to look for the finisher, will get it, but instantly gets traded by Otna. Team Flash also wiped out off screen.
Yeah, Flash cannot afford these sorts of games, man. I mean, they're getting taken out way too early. At this point, I would say Flash, just stop fighting. Just look for the circle. In fact, drop in the middle of the map and just don't move. Just stay there.
Or if you look for a circle and then you try to read it. I mean, certain teams, in fact, teams with weaker firepowers some of them have this tendency, right? We find a circle and we just wait to get the right read, and at least we guarantee some placement points. But Team Flash has been struggling in every single part of that.
But it's the damn rotation, Sasuke. Every single time they try to rotate, they come across someone, and then GG. X-Roy, pocket market time, baby. Third circle, still can't abuse that. Buys a UAV, sends it out towards the play on the side of attack all around, Poongod, I believe. And he should be spotted out. And he's the final survivor, so attack all around is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, A-Back's able to get one revive, thankfully. Well, C-Triple-G was in front of him, but a bit too far to sense him. Poongod, though, not that lucky. This Arsenal, very juicy for Expand. There's only one way out, Poongod. Gonna run circles around Expand, but the glue wall blocks him off, and X-Roy gets the cleanup attack all around. Also, not really much left. C-Triple-G is gonna be the next challenger.
They're out, right? There's no way he got the revive. Ui, C-Triple-G.
I have a feeling that they're still in.
No,
okay, they're out.
Graphics a tad bit slow. We do apologize for that. Raja out of the equation as Onyx finds one, instantly puts him out of the equation, and Expand are here to take that revenge against C-Triple-G. C-Triple-G cut down the distance, but they did not expect such retaliation. Coscu now. Otna, a sliver of health left on him. Can't circle around, but Expand is not there to do much after that.
No, just sheer brutality from C-Triple-G. Quick and decisive. The rush completely catching them off guard. I mean, it's not like Expand were weakened, but I believe mid-rotation they already lost one guy to Coscu, who was sniping from afar. BRU, on the other hand, have found WAG. And this blue wall separating the battle lines. WAG trapped in a bombing zone. Funa understands that he doesn't need to dash right in. Just need to continue bombarding WAG. And WAG, they're retaliating with fireworks, but it's not good enough. And Funa showed him how he's done. All those blue walls starting to topple. Wasana, he's had enough of waiting. He just go in and clean up the rest. WAG, again, executed by the hands of BRU.
Oh, they survived long enough, but could not hang on any longer. Buriram is on a slaying spree this time around. And they were pretty right to not challenge any one of the Thai squads who are on fire. You already have two approaching this next circle as well. Coscu, Met, Onyx, Indonesia showing up strong. Otna down on the ground, and the finisher here onto Otna should be just a shot away. Jack, the AWM, the aim's just a tad bit off. Grenade finds no one, and C-Triple-G actually gets away.
Treacherous terrain to fight in. C-Triple-G understands that. Kiba, just going in for the chase and perhaps could catch C-Triple-G off guard. This blue wall might be doing a bit more harm than good. Kiba now stuck outside the blue. He's gonna get knocked down as Ona did chip his health bar away. Not exactly the result you want as Onyx Olympus.
Seems like they're not going to be able to get much off of this. And Esports Divine, one final player surviving in here. As long as he can stay quiet, he should be able to get a couple of placement points. A couple of bonus placement points, I have to say. Now top three teams as C-Triple-G makes its exit. It's all about Onyx, and Buriram has got their eyes on them already, which means Esports Divine can walk away with the 9 placement points as long as he stays a little bit more quiet.
Gary didn't even have a chance to react to that. Another 2 more points for BRU. And there goes Onyx Olympus for Esports Divine. They're gonna join their comrades very, very soon. Good day. Not really such a good day for him after. Funa again, another finisher, and Onyx Olympus as far as Get High, manhandling them on his own. Get High gets knocked, but Wasana from afar with the support is good enough for BRU to get a booyah, and now they're also closer to that first place.
19 eliminations and 12 from the booyah. They were absolutely wrecking their opponents. How many teams did they single-handedly take out of the equation? I mean, I know they absolutely destroyed. They didn't destroy Expand. They took Todak out of the equation.
WAG?
WAG as well, yes. Unfortunately for the Vietnamese squad. But let's just say
Esports
more
Divine,
than enough.
Yeah, more than enough. we counted 4 teams, and those are on screen, right? It could have done more damage off screen. Who knows? Maybe Team Flash was also taken out by them. But yeah, this booyah completely needed. Or needed for first place, right? For qualifications, they didn't even need this.
Wasana's got such small hands.
I would like to believe it's the angle, but you're right. And this, I think it's because the hands tilted forward a little bit.
Nah, I think that's how he's so good with mobile games, bro. Because like how if you got like short legs, you sprint faster.
No.
Yes.
I believe that's not how it works. I tried racing my little sister. I beat her. She has shorter legs.
It's muscles.
Case in point.
Shorter legs plus muscles, they sprint faster. So smaller hands, probably he reacts faster. But of course, jokes aside, Buriram were on fire. They were serious this time around. They were not joking around. They knew the previous Bermuda performance was a little bit underwhelming, unacceptable, some may say, if you're a Buriram fan. And they delivered. They absolutely wrecked their opponent this time around. And Funa had the kind of backup that empowered him to go out there and get a couple of eliminations for himself as well.
Yeah, I mean, the individual skills for the BRU members is already what makes them deadly as an individual, right? And when they play together, it's just extra reinforcement that extra empowerment. When we do a vibe check later on, I really want to see how some of these teams are feeling. I know that if you attack all around, you're not feeling all that good about the situation because this game was extremely rough for them.
Oh yeah, it for sure was, right? And unfortunately, Poongod was looking for coins, got caught by Expand, and obviously a 4v1 wasn't something that he could run away from. No portal ghost. Even if he did use one, Expand would have probably caught up with him with their own. Deva United, this was the glue wall that turned Beyond down in terms of running away, at least with a clutch. And GOW, this was the biggest heartbreak of the day. I have to say, I don't think anything can beat this heartbreak because it was such a fantastic fight from D Kwang and gang.
It's one of those situations where you have done everything right, and the one thing that ended your run was something that you had no control over, right? And there's no way to speed up that entire sequence. They were at a disadvantage, and they still held it off. So, mad props to them. CGG also had a fantastic game where they were just slaughtering everyone that they see, and obviously on the other side of the aisle, you have BRU completely uncontested this game. Honestly, they got best side of the map. They always catch stragglers off guard, and there's no one there to really threaten them.
And Funa, the player who was struggling all throughout this, I would say not just today, but on day one of week 2 as well, has gone on a pretty eliminating spree here that he's going to be proud of. I think 7 eliminations by the time we came to that Booyah, and that's like miles apart from where he was in the previous day of play.
It's a big confidence booster, right? I mean, BRU is known for their prowess, and in this case, he knows that he already has good backup. I mean, you have Moshi and Get High. Like, what else are you worried about? Just go in and get those knocks.
And we, of course, have a interview segment as well. The Thai host is going to be absolutely excited once again that the Thai team has gotten the victory, which means she gets to speak to us once again. Let's welcome them back and hear what the boys have to say.
Only the first day that he returned to in the competition, but he already got the first booyah! Yay! Get High from Buriram United Esports. Welcome back. Okay. I want to ask about your health condition. I heard that you have some accident with your arm. Is this already recovered 100%?
หาย 100% หรือยังคะได้ยินว่าประสบอุบัติเหตุเกี่ยวกับมือข้างเนี้ย
ยังครับยังไม่ 100% ครับยังต้องรักษาอีกสักพักนึงครับ
Not yet still need a while to recover
About a week or a month?
นานแค่ไหนถึงจะหาย
ประมาณน่าจะเดือนครับน่าจะหายดีครับ
Around 1 month
So this is not your 100% of play
แสดงว่าไม่ได้เล่น 100% ใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับมันก็เวลาใช้ข้อเยอะมันก็จะปวด
Okay. As a pro player, when it comes to the last circle and there is like a 3 team left, how do you know when to have how do you know when we need to open the fight?
อย่างสำหรับโปรเพลเยอร์อะเวลาที่เหลือวงสุดท้ายแล้วเหลืออีก3ทีมประมาณเนี้ยเราจะรู้ได้ไงว่าจังหวะไหนเราควรจะเข้าไปเปิดไฟค่ะ
ก็หามุมที่ได้เปรียบครับเราต้องเอาความได้เปรียบเป็นหลักครับเนื่องจากต้องวัดไปก่อนไปเล่นกับเขาก่อนเราจะไม่รอให้เขาเล่นก่อน
Okay we will try to find the best spot to open the fight yeah that make we get like more chance to win then we will join the fight correct
ใช่ครับพี่
I'm trying
Which one is better between you are the first who open the fight or follow the other who open the fight
ปกติแล้วเราจะให้ถ้าเกิดมี3ทีมเนี่ยเราจะให้เขาเปิดไฟกันก่อนหรือเราจะเข้าไปเปิดก่อนให้เขาตีกันก่อนไหม
ก็แล้วแต่จังหวะครับถ้าเราต้องเล่นก่อนเราก็ต้องเล่น
It depends on the timing if they start then we join
Okay Lastly anything you want to say to any team Thai team or other regions
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงทีมไทยด้วยกันหรือว่าทีมจากประเทศอื่นไหมคะ
ก็สู้ๆครับเพราะว่ารายการนี้ผมว่าแชมป์ครับ
Fighting guys because we will win anyway
Okay I like that confidence So are you ready for the next match
พร้อมยังคะเกมถัดไป
พร้อมครับ 100% ครับ
He's ready 100%
Okay good luck for Buriram United Esports นะคะ and back to you Showcaster
Thank you very much. I mean, they're always delighted whenever a Thai team gets the booyah. But what I am absolutely shocked with Husky is the fact that Get High has gone back. I don't know what happened to his wrist, but clearly he's hurt and he's not at his 100%. But this was the best game for Buriram Esports thus far in the league stage. How is that even possible?
I mean, man is not at his 100%, but he's still beating majority of the competition, right? That tells you a lot of how of his capabilities. But if this is the best for Buriram, I'd say that there's a lot more that they could have shown. And the MVP for this map is going to be Funa. It's also one of his personal bests as well. 8 eliminations. Finally finding a bit of groove with the team, and compared to game number 1 where he accidentally threw his life away, this game he was locked in.
Yeah, it was not the first time where he accidentally threw his life away. We have seen that many a times now. So this is a great redemption from Funa. And what better way to get a performance like this on the best performance thus far from the squad, right? So he has to be proud of himself, and hopefully this injection of confidence gives him a little bit of stability out there on the battlefield. But it could also work the other way, right? It could just pump a little bit of overconfidence into his mind, and he could go out and make those silly mistakes once again. Fingers crossed that's not going to be the case. But this is the kind of roster where Jonah might be a little bit envious of as he watches from the sidelines.
I think if I'm Jonah, I would be less envious and more proud. I mean, I have won 2 trophies with the roster. What else more could I want, right? And again, there's going to come a day where this BRU ceases to exist, where we get a completely new roster under this banner. And right now, I think slowly introducing newer players that is fitting of their playstyle is a good way to kind of ease us into the next few years. But Funa is a good start. This kid is definitely showing a lot of promises.
Yeah, 19 eliminations in total for the squad. Funa, but still does not take that number 1 spot. It is by Otna from CGGG, who hits that 8 as well. He gets the MVP title in terms of the elimination leaders, followed by, of course, Get High, D Kwang, as well as Wasana with a 5, 5, and 4 in terms of performance.
So they have a total of 17 eliminations combined, or between those 3. So the last 2, I believe, came from Moshi. Completely understandable, but this is just BRU at their prime, or at least when they feel very comfortable in a match, when everything is going their way. We're gonna get statistics like this where they are just racking up numbers for their under their belt. Even in terms of headshots, Wasana got 7, and look at the amount of glue wall destroyed. It was all Moshi supporting from afar. Yeah,
I mean, one of the best support players out there for sure. And when the clutch situation needs him to step up, he knows exactly how to get it done. We've got Dewas, Sam13, as well as D Kwang from GOW showing up here as one of the key players as well. In terms of damage, D Kwang taking the cake. Sam13 with the total number of revives. But of course, that didn't really do Dewa United a lot of favors towards the very end. They still got wrecked.
Yeah, they definitely did. And the Bison, still the most popular weapon in this match, alongside the Charge Buster. It's back to CQC era. Woodpecker being the only long-range weapon that is used by majority support players, but even certain support players have taken up a CQC weapon like a shotgun. It could be a Bison, it could be a Trogon. Because of the existence of the portal, they are being called to the front line to reinforce their teammates.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, everybody wants that SMG. If they spot it, you know they're going to be able to pick it up. Even with GOW, with that revival by Deanne, he stepped on in. He was so lucky he found that Bison. He was just spraying till his last breath, and of course, the last little bullet in his mag. It went their way until Buriram, of course, showed up and wrecked them. 31 points they get through that fantastic performance, followed by CGGG with a total of 19, 12 eliminations, as well as 7 placement points. The team that took second place, on the other hand, Onyx, it didn't really do well, as the engagement's a tad bit softer this time around.
Yeah, it's kind of an Onyx thing. Sometimes they will have rounds where they have a lot of placement points, but elimination points doesn't really match what they were looking for. Can I just say that this is the first time I see Moshi's hairstyle that normal. And speaking of which, BRU, I thought that they still needed 1 round, but apparently not. They have surpassed Stalwart in terms of the leaderboard standings.
Dude, that's just 2 games. Come on, Buriram. Calm down. Okay, take a break. Like, maybe dude, they have got 4 more games to play. You see Stalwart, you see Rivers Red 24. They've only got 20 thus far. And they're going to put a amount of distance between themselves, as well as the 2 other Thai teams that I believe is going to be a little bit tough to catch up with, especially looking at how they just broke their own personal record with a total number of points. And Funa is now in rhythm. Everything's going the way of Buriram.
I think they're thinking ahead. If they want to take a break, right, might as well perform as best as they can to close out week 2, and then week 3 is break time, right? Week 3,
Yes.
go and take a nap, come back week 4 after the long break, and then continue to hustle.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, speaking about a break, we need to take a break. We need to grab some water. When we come back, it's going to be Alpine as well as Kalahari. We'll see you guys after 5 minutes.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? Supplier! How'd you like them apples?
Welcome back to the FFWS Southeast Asia 2024. This is week 2, day 3, and you're here with us. I'm Husky. Alongside me is the Pistachio AJ.
And it seems like Buriram has not been waiting at all. They kind of slipped up in game number 1 and absolutely demolished all of their opponents in game number 2. But the question is, will they give the other teams some breathing room? Because the goal of the day has been achieved already. Get the number 1 spot. But of course, there's a secondary goal of extending the lead in that number 1 spot as well, Husky.
And I do hope that they do not, loosen up that chokehold. I want them to be as hungry as they ever have been, extend that gap as much as possible. There's one such thing as being content and wanting more. And I think for BRU, if 2 world trophies are not enough, I don't think they're going to let up.
You want the ruthless side. I want the playful side. I want the playful side because when you see the ruthless side, the rest of the teams stand no chance. Okay, that's just Buriram in a nutshell. I want to see the other teams dance around as well. I mean, I want to see teams like Team Flash have a little bit of an extra chance out there on the battlefield. And in order for them to have an extra chance on the battlefield, the hot-headed ones need to calm down just a tad bit. They're in the number 1 spot already. So it's just average rounds. More than enough, my friend. More than enough.
I mean that is true, but you have like 11 other teams, right? Okay, well actually 10 other teams. You have the team that wants to play around, and you have the team that you wish that they will play around. So you're still relying on the other 10 teams to cooperate. But judging by some of these teams and their position on the leaderboard, that's not gonna happen, my friend.
Yeah,
I wish that's gonna be the case. We're gonna take a look at the overall standings again, just to give you guys a bit of a refresher on how things are currently in this group stage. And let me tell you, if you are a BRU fan, you don't have anything to worry about.
You know what sucks as well for the rest of the teams? Alpine is one of Buriram's best maps, and they are the best performer on Alpine thus far. So the probability of seeing a back-to-back here is just super high. Let's take a look at the numbers right at the top. 374 followed by 373 and 355. Just a 1-point difference between Buriram as well as Stalwart, and they've got 4 more games to extend a massive lead and pick up a couple of more booyahs.
Yeah, as BRU goes on to complete some side quests, I want to see teams like CGGG stepping up. Can they overtake or at least get themselves close enough to Stalwart or Reverse Red? Like you said, AJ, Alpine is BRU's best map, so I have no doubt about their performances. This is where the other teams have to really up their game. What are they going to do to help themselves up the leaderboard? Because BRU, they're going to just extend the lead, and the least you could do as a non-BRU player is to bring yourselves closer to those at the top.
Yep, 3 best teams here. Buriram United, Stalwart, as well as Attack all around. Since Stalwart is not in play, we'll take another team into the top 3, and that's going to be Indostars. So that's a little bit of a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel here for Indonesia. If Indostars can kind of clean up their act a tad bit, not really get into early skirmishes all that too much. Of course, if they can help it and not get hunted down by WAG or someone, then maybe they might get into that final circle.
Yeah, I think Indostars have a pretty decent chance as well. This team was here for more than a year already. They have gone through a couple of brand changes, but at the end of the day, the core of Indostars is still the same. I personally still want to see Team Flash step up a little bit. Right, back then when you see them play on Alpine, they always hunt down teams like Expand. They always make it at least top 6, but. Yeah. If they don't do it here, then maybe it's just not for them. Maybe week 2 is not for them.
Yeah, week 2 is definitely looking a little weak for Team Flash, but there is still some hope in here. Like you said, it's not like it's a fresh new roster of players. You do have the veterans still on there, so perhaps it's just maybe they're just under the weather. But speaking of the weather, as we fly through the skies that are holding all of those raindrops, within their clouds. Let's see if or not the teams will take a hot drop against each other. The flight path is pretty decent all the way down the middle of the map.
Yeah, and see, looking at GOW just sending Iza alone to dock, they definitely have done their homework.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of
absolutely.
coverage that that he has gotten for himself, providing that a secondary team doesn't go and disrupt him. Speaking about secondary team Flash.
nicely
That
done.
definitely hurt our expectation. Todak being the victim this time, losing 3 members already.
This is the beauty. And now Fikri has got no coins whatsoever. Yes, he's got the pocket shot, but the pockets are empty. Gardu out of nowhere. What is Onyx Olympus doing here?
With that gun as well. From what distance? It's not even on the radar.
He's right on top.
Okay, that explains why.
I was wondering where in the world was this guy. And now Onyx Olympus single-handedly, literally, Gardu himself, has prevented Todak from getting eliminated, although the guy was absolutely broke. The captain did manage to get away. Shen now has spotted out Gardu already, the double revolver in hand, but no space to recover nor shoot. Gardu's just lying down, taking these shots and just disrupting the gameplay of Flash. They wanted to go for the first team elimination and pump themselves up, but this guy just ruined the body.
Eventually, he's going to run out of bullets.
Oh,
well, I guess Onyx Olympus, everyone split up. Why is Kiba alone? I mean, Gardu is already alone. Yep, he just got taken out. Kiba was like, all right, I'll bring you back. No problem. Let me see this, though.
Omari.
He definitely does. 1v1, let's go. All right, Kiba wins. There goes Todak. First team to get knocked out.
GG Todak. But of course, fantastic play by Team Flash. Onyx Olympus finishing off the job that Team Flash started with. And Yan Bin with a 986 damage. Nothing much, nothing to flex about. But it's a good start for a team that is dead last right now on the overall leaderboard.
There's a bit of a trade here between Crime and Roy. There is one BRU member literally near them. Where is that guy? Did they not see him?
Roy, oh
Wait.
my lord. Yeah, okay, there you go.
I was getting worried. I was like, if Get High, if they all pass by Get High, then I don't know what to say.
Funa just landed, and as quickly as he landed, he ran away behind those haystacks. Wasana's not trying, but the AC-80 finds the connection and gets the drop. Moshi buys Get High right back, and there's a probability that Get High is going to drop right back in here.
And Funa didn't even run away completely. He was waiting for a distraction. Crime and KS is knocked out and all, while San had the follow-up onto Cobra. Wow, this pincer maneuver definitely didn't work out. Get High was somehow the bait. Expand, realizing that this is an unwinnable situation, send one last member to kind of keep the dream alive.
Yeah, how did Moshi even hit that shot? And now Funa going for the rush. X-Roy spotted out already, and he's got the LMG.
Wait, what?
X-Roy obliterated by Funa. And yes, it's either the snipers or the LMG that gets to do that to vehicles, and the guy just had the right gun, the right time, the right place.
That's straight up nasty stuff from Funa. What in the world was that? You would not be happy. I mean, Expand would not be happy. Wait, they're still around?
No, they're not. The graphics
they are.
are just on a... Hey, all right.
No, they are. We Crime got away.
I am just absolutely mind blown with the pacing. Moshi did manage to take Crime down right after those revivals, so the guy got enough money to buy them back. And
At what point did Crime ran away?
I have no idea. Axel was there. I thought Roy was the one that got away, and he did get away. Then he got caught. But I guess Crime split off into the opposite direction.
Yeah, that's the best explanation. Okay, so Expand are not out yet. In fact, even the headshot leaderboard, Cobra and Axel are there, with 3 and 2 respectively. Esports Divine now finds BRU.
Boom!
At least one of their members. I mean, dude.
You gotta hit the Bison, bro. He just prayed and prayed. In fact, he didn't even need to pray. He just got that easy knockdown.
It was Wasana. He just take the portal, regroup with his team, and now, yeah, Evo's Divine made the right choice of backing off. In fact, Axel bringing Roy and Crime MKS back, so Expand have the full squad again.
Good play from Expand. Great play from Crime MKS to get away. Of course, Roy was trying to be the superhero to do that for the squad, but he got hunted down. LMG vehicle stood no chance. But Team Flash now, another opportunity to shine, and it's GOW, a team that they should be able to engage with decently.
Artemis around the corner. needs some time to heal back up. And you have Volley to protect him. Dian also across the water, nade a bit wide. Now has to back off a little bit. Isa first one to find Yanbin, who's out in the open, and this could be a pincer for the side of GOW. Isa from long range is just making life extremely tough for the side of Team Flash. Volley gets the revive onto Yanbin, and Shin gets dropped by D Kwang. These long range fights are not going well for Team Flash.
What in the world was that? D Kwang with the Tatsuya burst. He just flicked his shot, and then Woodpecker found the connection. Just too good. And Wally, he will be able to just get away for a tad bit, but not his buddy. Sniped out of his vehicle. Wally now chased down as well. Vehicle ablaze. D Kwang going for the finisher. Dian is there. And there's just nothing that Flash can do at this point of time, because God of Wolf just turned on them instantly.
It's just this the domino effect. One guy goes down and the entire foundation crumbles. G'day getting shot from the top by C Triple G as Evos. They don't want to be a part of this. While Onyx Olympus and Attack All Around, they are in the vicinity as well. There are what 3-4 different teams around this area. Attack All Around, the first one, suffer massive casualties, and they're not even together as a squad. Taking the portal to get away as far as possible. Poon God might have to be sacrificed. In fact, he decides, you know what, I'm going to push towards Jack, and Jack breaking his angles a little bit. Kiba now from a Bakaroro with the reply. Take him down.
Yeah, Gardu is able to quickly eliminate Jump God, so that's a 1-for-1, but Kiba's... No, oh yeah, I was just about to say he's not out yet. Karoro made sure that he was taken out. Oki up top, and does Jack have that Drogon? No grenades to play around with, and he will just have to keep an eye on him for the time being. WAG could just be the biggest winner in this particular equation, as they are waiting for their opportunity to hop on in as well.
Foki. Onyx behind him, WAG in front. Who is going to get the collection? Of course, it's Onyx on top of him. And Karoro commands a portal. Okay, all right. He has a portal, a truck as his cover, and he gets the shot from that range. Some sort of a punish from Attack All Around.
I want the monster truck parked here on the roof.
Yeah.
It just works.
I'm telling you, whichever construction company built that house, deserves a lot more contracts. That's a sturdy roof.
Gardu still alive though. 8 in the air, shot from afar. RIP goes down. GOW teased by the players of IDS. In the meantime, attack all around. Gary falls down. Doesn't take a lot of fall damage. Poon God just supplied him with a couple of bullets. Only one connecting, and Dian will find that 180 flip by Kochil. What a play.
I mean, the timing could not have been worse. But let's see what's going on here is Raz from behind. Isa is kind of a normal tendency for him to just play from afar, and sometimes his back is exposed. We've seen that in the last round. So IDS getting a free pick on the way into the circle. C Triple G, a smooth journey for them. But for Dewa United, just got tagged.
Wait, by whom?
Expand? That's the closest team on the radar, I suppose. Still pretty far though.
Yeah. I'm confused.
Even they were surprised. They were like, wait, we have company.
But there's nobody around them, so Casper, the friendly ghost, probably showed up and tagged
it's
them.
The ghost.
No, not that ghost. The ghost is still circling around. G'day. Attack all around, eliminated? Didn't they just have 2 players out there?
Yeah, I mean, last time we saw them, they were... Karoro was sniping people. I believe either Poon God or Jump God was around. It's just like last round where they just didn't get to really play the game.
Okay, you know how, Husky, we usually tell the players to take a deep breath. Now I think we need to tell our observers, please take a deep breath. Let's recompose ourselves before we continue this action.
Like 10,000, like 10 teams fighting at once. It could be the same thing for... What?
How are we missing all of this? I tell you, bro, someone gotta do like some Wusa deep breaths and recompose themselves before we continue, because we're missing out too much.
Let me introduce you to Pilates. I heard it helps.
Some yoga as well in that.
Some yoga.
Yeah, breathing practices. Onyx 7 eliminations already. Buriram with the 6. Indostars with 6. Team Flash with 5. Okay. This is a good game for the Vietnamese squad.
So far, so good. At least for them, not for GOW. WAG, they're still surviving somehow. The whole squad just in this area and within the circle. Don't have to worry too much about the river, or only worry about Onyx, I suppose. Cyrus easily gets rid of him, even has time to pull out that blade. Gary is finding some sort of a reply, but just overwhelmed in terms of numbers. The Ghost picks one up himself, and Onyx Olympus, I don't think they have a place anymore. They had to fight through this 2v4.
Krillin a sliver of health. Jack says bye-bye. Kiba tries to back away. Who's going to be the distractor here? As Jack's not waiting for anyone. Kiba says like, wait up, bro. Portal go right in front. And WAG should be able to pursue, but it seems like they're not going for the fight.
Yeah, the smarter choice. You don't know what's on the other end of the portal. You don't want to take the ride and end up getting wiped out. Dewa, on the other hand, will have to deal with C-Triple-G and Team Flash against IDS. This one is also a doozy. Volley takes the flaming vehicle. What were you thinking, my friend? That was never gonna work.
Shin, the final player. He just sent a UAV out straight forward. Okay, no, it's not. Okay, Volley bleeding out. Shin has no coins whatsoever to buy anybody back. So this is an absolute miserable moment for him. We'll catch up with him a little bit later on if he survives this. 0-5 down. C-Triple-G with a very heavy fight against Dewa United, and Dewa's not looking too solid as Beyond gets taken down as well. Sam 13, the final hope, and he is broke.
What a shot from one more, and Mr. 05, he got flanked from behind, I believe by Ona, who took the portal, completely caught with his pants down. And Onyx somehow still have 3 men alive, and one of them, I believe Kiba, just got brought back, so he had nothing. Team Flash, out of the round again. I guess it's not that good of a round after all for them.
And the base gets slowed. That's just something about this game.
Partially blame Volley, by the way. He saw flaming vehicles, was surrounded by 3 guys, and he thought it was a good idea to try and take it.
Panic. Sometimes
he would have a better chance fighting.
Moshi, long shots, Apex pays the price for standing out in the open, or at least near the window. Dewa United bite the dust. And unfortunately for EVOS Divine, they have 2 players from the side of Buriram United tossing those grenades at them. But they do retaliate. The A124 popped already, and now Buriram can't use their skills. But they still do have those guns though. Funa and Moshi. They shut down quick, but Moshi dropped already. Can Funa recover? Yes, he can. He takes Apex out of the equation. Wasana from on top of the roof covering him as he goes for the pickup onto Moshi.
He actually got ambushed by Ray. Okay, Ray might be able to save this, actually. It's down to him and Wasana. So Wasana gets rid of Aim God. Meanwhile, on the other end, IDS finding themselves WAG once more. Starting up with the glue wall melter just to thin out any sort of defenses. Onyx Olympus facing off against Expand. Kiba around the corner to find X-Roy. And X-Roy double Tatsuya dash into the wall and away. Just the roly-poly rebound, allowing him to outplay Onyx in terms of movement. Get the knock and the kill. Eventually is Gardu eliminated, not able to get away from that equation. Is Expand, get rid of Onyx Olympus.
Yep, Expands hot once again. Buriram United still fighting outside the circle. Dude, this is the 5th zone. Wasana's crazy if he thinks he's going to survive this one. There's potential he gets knocked down, he gets shot, and there you go. EVOS Divine is out. Wasana on the ground. How's the revival going to be in a situation like this with 4 more teams left in here? C-Triple-G now aiming for Expand.
Very, very good. A very, very good hold, I would say, by Ray, right? He was the reason that Buriram didn't get to move into the circle earlier. Right now, down to the top 4 teams. It is with WAG first. Another top 4 finish guaranteed against IDS. It's not going to be easy. The glue walls to block off the window, but IDS have advantage in terms of numbers. Coming in from majority from the left side, and Raz trying to peep through the window pane and trying to get a couple of shots in, but Expand coming in as a third party, and let's see if they can get a couple of knockouts.
Oh, Raz knocked. I have no idea exactly who took that. It was Krillin with his grenade. X-Roy now flying on in with his charge buster alongside Prime MKS, looking for the opportunity through those windows. They pull up one good glue wall on their left-hand side. Cobra circling around, Bison in hand. But C-Triple-G dropping by to say hello as well. They want to join this party.
All right, what is the move, Expand? Are you going to play it slow? The circle, the blue zone is not going to favor them. So Expand will be forced in. As you can see, C-Triple-G, Coscu, nade in hand. The golden arm is here again. Double nade into the building. And this is going to be a lot of collateral damage. Expand being forced by the blue zone to push straight into the meat grinder of IDS. But somehow they are powering through, but only momentarily. As all the grenades from the side of C-Triple-G gives them the elimination. And his IDS struggling to get out of this building on fire. Takes out 18 Deer. And C-Triple-G have every single angle covered. IDS trying their best to fight through the pain. Coscu gets dropped on fire, not healthy, and this now is possible again for them.
Yeah, not the best of ideas for Expand there, but they didn't really have much of a compound to work around with. They just went through the compound, and I guess the compound just did not like them. On fire, as well as one more. It's a 2v1. Kochel bursts himself straight towards On Fire, Trogon in hand. On Fire can respond, gets healed up as well with the treatment gun from the backhand. The support allows On Fire to get a little ballsy with that move, gets the elimination, and they walk away with a booyah as well, C-Triple-G.
We say we want to see Triple-G to step up because this is the opportunity to kind of catch up to Stalwart and reverse grid, and step up they did. The formation at the very end was as good as it can be. You have 2 to 3 members standing right outside of the building to gatekeep anyone who tries to escape the blue, and I believe one more, he is just chilling from afar, providing supporting fire. And when Coscu fell, he was like, alright, time to get my hands dirty, time to get into the front line. And by that point, IDS was just too battered to even fight back.
Yeah, man. I mean, the flurry of grenades, and I have to say it was great decision making for C-Triple-G to just rush on in towards that compound. 3 teams were doing battle, and they said, why not? Because they were in open grounds. They clearly knew there were no other teams, no other players hiding around out in the open, and every single player was concentrated in just that one house. All they needed to do was get close enough, pump it with enough grenades, as well as, you know, all of their gunshots, and they should be able to walk away with a few extra points, and walk away with those points they did.
Lovely stuff, but despair for Team Flash is crazy when you think about it. This is the best round they had, and their best round was like what, 8th, 9th, 10th place?
Unfortunate, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they have not been having a great run at all, Team Flash. I believe yesterday, once again, Team Flash kind of, you know, plunked out pretty badly, I have to say. Sorry, not yesterday, on the first day of play. 37 points was all they were able to pick up. And today, they walk in only 8 points, and now 8th spot, 7th spot, doesn't matter, just not good enough for them to break away from the bottom side of the leaderboard. They're looking for the top 12, but at this point of time, I think they're just trying to look for themselves.
Actually, yeah, it's still soul searching. If Team Flash don't make it, this would be the first time in almost 2 years that they miss out on the international or the regional grand finals, in fact, which would be devastating, I think, to the team who has been around for quite a long time, and with the same roster as well. Can you imagine like this downward spiral? I wonder what's going to be the solution to that.
Yeah.
One thing we can be sure is that, you know, for the final 3 rounds, we won't be expecting much from them. I don't think they can pull it together, at least not today. Hopefully next week is where we see the resurgence. But for teams like BRU, like C-Triple-G, and even Expand and Onyx Olympus to a certain extent, they're definitely warming up.
And we can, of course, thank the format for the torture that Team Flash has been going through right now, because they usually wouldn't have actually gone and met teams like this unless they went on straight towards the world stage in a way or other, or of course, you know, perhaps a event like FFSI. In the other circumstances, it's usually just them meeting the other Vietnamese teams and trying to find some dominance there. But if you really look at it, even against the other Vietnamese squads, they are really suffering.
Yeah, they are losing out gunfights to GOW and WAG. I think statistically, they shouldn't be losing that poorly. I think if it's even, then sure, right? But the fact that it felt like they didn't stand a chance, that's what worries me.
Absolutely, man. But of course, we want to hear from the winners. We want to hear exactly what C-Triple-G says. And once again, the host is going to be pretty delighted that Thailand has managed to pick up yet another one. We'll be right back with you.
When they came back, they didn't come back with the bare hand, but they came back with Booyah! CTG! Finally, welcome back, CTG. And I'm with...
คอร์สคิวครับ
Yes, Coscu again. Bashet is the best. So cute. I love it. Okay, first question. Which team in other region do you like the most?
มีทีมจากต่างประเทศทีมไหนไหมคะที่เราชอบมากที่สุด
RQ ครับ
RIQ
Why?
ทำไมคะ
ยิงกันบ่อยครับ ใช่
because we fight a lot
Okay, so any player that you like?
เรามีผู้เล่นต่างชาติคนไหนที่เราชอบไหมคะ
เลกาลอสครับหล่อเท่ดีครับ
RIQ Legolas because he's handsome and looks smart
Oh, okay. So many of CCG fans like want to support you guys because we cannot agree that CCG have a very hard time in this week. But you already came back. Do you want to say anything to your fans?
เหมือนแฟนๆนะลุ้นกับเรามากจากแบบที่เรามีช่วงเวลาที่ยากลำบากแล้วเราก็สามารถกลับมาได้บูย่าในครั้งนี้มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนไหมคะ
ขอบคุณครับที่เชียร์พวกผมมาโดยตลอด พวกผมเอาแน่ครับวันนี้
Thank you for supporting us we will do our best for this week
What do you want to get?
อยากได้เป้าหมายอะไรที่อยากได้
แชมป์ครับอยากได้แชมป์
We want to be champion
Okay, hope you can achieve it. Lucky, good luck.
คอยได้นะคะ
ครับพร้อมครับ
Okay, back to you, Shoutcaster.
Oh, it always makes me happy seeing Cosq. You know, that's a bundle of joy.
Me too. But the host just cannot help herself. She's like, "Can I pinch your cheeks right now?"
I would ask the
Don't.
same question.
Don't pinch nobody's cheeks. CC Triple G 72 points on day 1 of week 2. They are doing pretty fancy on the day of play today. Thus far, 59 points picked up already. One more game to equalize, and then, of course, 2 more games later to absolutely demolish their previous day 1 record within week 2. And, of course, Cosq, the MVP for this match. 6 eliminations, 8 knockdowns, 2 headshots, as well as 2,307 damage out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, Cosq and the rest of CGG, in fact, is one of those teams I would call uncrowned kings. They always have very stellar performances, you know, making sure that they are top 3 or top 5 in every tournament, but they were never really first place. And I think the closest that they've come to it is probably a top 3 finish. So to see them being consistent and always be at the top is really great, right? Even especially when they have Odna joining the roster as well. You can kind of look at it as the Buriram phenomena, where they had Funa come in and they're still performing like as if they have Jonah with them. I think this is the same as if Peter was still with them.
Yeah, it's a very different lineup, especially with the active skill. One of the very few, in fact, could be one of only 2 players that's currently playing the Skylar right now. One more walks in with him. He's been trying to make some game-changing plays, but the Skylar usage hasn't been as delightful to watch because they have just mainly been misplaced, missed shots that haven't been, impactful thus far. We haven't really seen them in the final circles, but it's all about the practice. It's all about the timing. Fingers crossed we get to see that more from the side of CGG, as well as some momentum or game-changing moments through that Skylar later on. But of course, it is Cosq that still holds on to the number 1 spot with the overall eliminations, followed by On Fire from the exact same team of CGG.
Just having a very straightforward game. It's easy pickings, but we also cannot forget about Raz and Kochu from IDS, both getting 5 eliminations each. This is a very solid games for them, and of course Funa there as well with 4. Our key players on the Hall of Fame with Gardu getting 10 hit shots, and Wasana the most damage dealt, Liam with the most assists, and 1 more with the most blue wall destroyed.
And I actually totally forgot that there's a different storyline that we are trying to build up here as well between Expand as well as Attack All Around. We'll get to that in a little bit. Gardu with the 10 headshots, obviously pretty fancy out there on the battlefield. We want to see more from him, especially when it comes to those eliminations, because we know for a fact Onyx could do with a few more of those.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Onyx as well, these are kind of like rising stars, right? It's not like they've been here for a long time. They've been here for, I think, around just a year. But the growth that they have experienced is, I kind of crazy. They're beating top teams like Todak, they're beating RRQ Kazus from time to time. And I think a big part of it is also because you have weapons like Trogon, the Bison, that supplements those CQC, which Onyx Olympus is really good at. And if they need an extra oomph, there's always that Woodpecker.
I do agree that these three guns are going to continuously show up strong. But now we get to the storyline that we were building. Expand as well as attack all around. Look what happened here. Attack all around, taken down a tad bit too early. Only 3 points in this match. Expand, on the other hand, walked away with 14, which means they have now cut the distance between themselves as well as attack all around to around 20. One solid game. And another slip up from attack all around. Expand gets the booyah. They should be able to break into the top 5 now, and for the first time kick down one of the Thailand teams legitimately in the overall leaderboard.
That is going to be a crazy boost. I think this overall standing will give us a very good indicator, right? BRU obviously still on top. The top 4 is unchanged. Attack all around 274, followed by Evos and Expand, who are both tied together, and the only thing that separates them is the elimination point. So that is going to be a very crazy competition as well, whether Expand can overtake Evos Divine, which is something that we established at the start of the day.
Absolutely, and there's just one elimination point difference between the two. So obviously this next game is going to determine, number one, who jumps up on top, whether it's going to be the Indonesian squad or the Malaysian squad. Either way, attack all around now has to hustle, or else they're going to lose their spot on the overall leaderboard. Thus far, it has been Vietnam followed by 2 teams from Thailand picking up the booyah. And as we head on into Kalahari, the day has just gotten even hotter, pun intended.
I'm just happy to see Kalahari again. You have no idea how much I miss this map. In locally, Kalahari feels like a forgotten relic, but every time we get onto a regional or international stage and this map gets brought back into the competitive pool, it really does shake things up a little bit, because the way you play this map is like no other map. You cannot take the way you play Purgatory into Kalahari, because this is the map with a unique mechanic such as that is called the grappling gun, right? The way you traverse the map is also different, so teams need to plan around with the minimal cover that this map presents and the speed of how you move around the map.
Top 3 teams, Buriram, Stalwart as well as Reverse Red, but Stalwart and Reverse Red are not playing. Therefore, I'll bring up 2 other teams who are in the top 3. That's going to be WAG as well as Attack All Around. And this is a blessing for Attack All Around, because the moment where they start getting a little bit pressured by the Indonesian squad as well as the Malaysian one, they end up on a map where they're comfortable with. So perhaps they can run away. WAG has a good shot as well as to walk away with the booyah, but all of that depends on Buriram not making it to the final circle.
And that's where we kind of look back at what Kalahari wants you to really pay attention to, right? Refinery, can you take control of the central point of the map, and how do you work around with the circle when you take control of that area?
Buriram thus far has scored 2 booyahs already on Kalahari. Let's see if they can make it into 3 as well, as we are about to kick the initial flight path off. We get to see exactly where all of these teams drop on into. And like you said, Husky, who gets to control Refinery? That's going to be a key point. Command post as well in terms of a defensive spot and a potential to pick up some pretty decent loot.
Let's see where the flight path is going to lead these teams. Straight down the middle, this is great, but that means that Refinery might be a hot zone. It has everything you want. It has an arsenal nearby. It has a revival point. It has a vending machine. So it might draw a lot of attention there. Command post taken over by GOW, and Onyx Olympus might contest them there. It seems like most of the teams decided that we don't really want to deal with Refinery. Only Raz from IDS is going to be scouting out that perimeter.
Yeah, and Buriram instantly using the binoculars to spot out Indostars as well as Expand over at the sub. So we know exactly where they're going to be rotating to in a bit. If Expand is any the smarter, they should finish off this engagement pretty quickly and then try to back away as quickly as their feet can take them. One adjustment that I would love to see Garena Free Fire make is those revival platforms that have turned redundant in this game at this point. Perhaps we can cut down the amount of time it takes for people to revive there, you know, like full squad revival, 2 seconds only. Let's go.
2 s-
No, I mean, it makes sense, man.
2 seconds is too much, right? 10 seconds, all right? 10 seconds is okay. You cut it down by half.
5 seconds. 5.
Sure. We'll get a little bit of give and take, okay? Well, Devo, on the other hand, okay, overwhelmed by Todak. Nothing much they could do about that. Just 17. Still wants a hand at this. Not really sure if that's a good idea. Okay, turns the corner. The pre-fire.
Why?
Outplayed by Zen. Well, outplayed by his own decision making. In the meantime, expand against WAG. An even fight so far as Cobra tagged out. It might be overwhelmed by WAG, in fact.
Oi.
Around the corner is Dolphin. Dolphin to win that one, unfortunately. The Bison is a bit better for them.
Yep, Roy gets taken out as well. One final survivor, and I believe the survivor just got brought right back in. And in the meantime, Team Flash caught in a very tight spot that they do not want to be in.
And I believe, yeah, Onyx Olympus just got wiped out with GOW, if I remember correctly, that took them out off screen. And meanwhile, FFWS ran over
Oh my.
by Evo's Divine. What is up with this game? Team Flash also eliminated.
Just heated battles back and forth, and now FFWS one more has got nowhere to run, and therefore he's gonna get downed on fire. Fights G'day, takes him out of the equation. Evos, on the other hand, should be able to recover as smoothly as they started off this fight. Buriram, as anticipated, after scanning the sub, have arrived, but they find nobody.
Yeah, BRU thankfully didn't suffer much loss. IDS, in the meantime, somehow brought the whole squad back and hopped right back into action, I suppose, against WAG, a deadly team. At least with their weaponry, I expect WAG to win this without a single problem, but IDS really trying to push the envelope.
Ghost trying to stay very silent, hoping and praying that he does not get found, but it's gonna be the Homer that's used, and Raz gets the tag. Ghost slowed down, too easy for the takedown. He builds a double glue wall just in anticipation of retaliation, but nobody's gonna be there. He gets a free one.
Yeah, GOW, well, they're just gonna take the time. Command post, very nice place to chill, especially if you have the circle with you. In this case, I think for them, they don't have to worry too much yet before any sort of rotation happens. Attack all around, another team that now is in a slight uncomfortable position in a way that there's a chance if it was Divine and Expand might overtake them on the leaderboard. It doesn't mean too much, but it does at least give a hint that Attack all around is showing some signs of weakness.
That I can most definitely agree with, and Evo's Divine are off to a fantastic start at Foundation earlier, picking up those eliminations onto FFWS and as well as Onyx. So this is something that Expand needs to hustle for. 3 eliminations in hand, though it's not a lot to catch up with in terms of Evo's Divine and their progress thus far.
Yeah, they were United just playing on the outskirts. They don't want any smoke. Also, because they had, I believe, 3 revives thus far. 2 revives. That's more than enough to kind of set them back by a lot. Attack all around, continuing this journey on the western side of the map. Now heading towards the maze. And usually this place should be licked clean. Speaking about licked clean, we saw X-Roy there. Cobra, my name, Kiroro. Patience. All right, no shots fired yet.
He almost got that headshot. He just didn't click his screen. My goodness, that would have been a sweet one. But I think Crime has already spotted out those players. Information's been sent out. Karoro, Pungod on the flank on the right. Roro on the left. UAV sent out by Expand to spot out their location. And it could just be a defensive retreat here. In the Stars, on the other hand, will have a skirmish against their own brothers. And this is Evo's Divine with G'day dropped super early. A little premature for him. But the recovery should be possible if Abax finds this, and he does.
Great stuff from Abax. And Lim actually traded him back very, very quickly. IDS not willing to go down just yet. Abax just got back up, and Lim shot him down again. Make sure that he stayed down. No resistance from Evo's Divine. And IDS finding 2. About to be 3. Aim God not even ready to take on this fight. 18 deal with the cleanup.
Oh, you run, son, you run. There is a grappling hook in his hand, and he has been able to run away far enough, but not far enough for those shots. And I guess Expand can smile a little bit, but before it was Esports Divine, it was Todak.
Very, very unfortunate. We've already lost 4 teams, and guess what, AJ? This is the fastest game we had so far, in the sense that we already lost 4 teams at 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, Expand slowly cutting the distance between themselves as well as Indostars down. Indostars just got rid of the team that was disturbing Expand on the chase for attack all around spot. And if Expand can get this, it will be a huge boost in terms of confidence. But they've lost Xtroy already. Crime ambushed, and he's the final hope.
Right around the corner, Wait. Crime. He's missing everything.
GG.
Crime, no. Oh. Well, there's nothing you can do about that. It's a Crime itself to miss the whole mag. Or maybe he just got outmaneuvered. Either way, Expand. 8th place for them is the best that they get. BRU, on the other hand, that portal very, very strategically placed. Funa in front. All these barrels are not making it easy to traverse, but it does make it easy for Moshi to land these shots. Really finding one. It was Sana on the back as well. Putting on his fighting gloves and just in the thick of it against 2 members. And finally
GG.
gets punished. This guy is a madman, but don't worry, get high. Now the second one challenged and by 2 in a row. Masana is not even eliminated just yet. Get high now have a chance to save his team. Funa joining him, and Dewa united.
You are kidding me.
Nothing, AJ.
You are kidding me. I mean, Wasana slip up. I thought that was going to be the end of them. But then Funa appears, Gedai appears, and they just take them out instantly. Unfortunate, but we still have an Indonesian squad to bet on, and that is the Indostars. 9 eliminations already. They took out their brothers from Indonesia. Esports Divine, they just annihilated Expand in a crazy shutdown maneuver. And now against attack all around, they could just go 3 for 3. The 3 teams that we had in our storyline.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm more upset that they didn't even get a single point before getting knocked out. That's what puzzles me. We'll see, GOW and WAG at the bottom, and actually close to C Triple G. GOW having a very, very nice spot to work with. Attack all around. The first one to make their moves is Keroro from behind. 18 there repositions with the portal. Keroro not able to catch him. Decides to retreat.
Good reposition, and he's got a good crossfire setup with the rest of his team members. Voki with the access straight on in, but good glue walls from the side of Indostars will block his access. Leeman 18 deer backing away. Foki brings Jump God back into the action. Keroro on the opposite side. Runs on in, finds nobody.
Blocked up by the glue wall as well. Foki, is there an angle of entry? Seems like there isn't much. Isn't one at least. Idea taking the fight outdoors, and Pungod didn't really get executed like that. 18 deer decides against it. Too dangerous to pull out the katana. Keroro will revive his teammate. And he himself gets knocked down. Raz doing the deed, and Pungod not going to be in this fight anymore. IDS putting on the back burners and just absolutely dominating this gunfight. Fogi goes down, Jump God with a reply, but he needs to get more than just one. Is Lee with 40 HP. Jump God through the window to get the knock. And now it is winnable. Once more, 18 Deer gets back up. Raz tagging alongside him as a 2v1 from the window. Raz gets the knock, and Jump God finally gets taken out.
A fantastic play by Indostars. 14 eliminations already. Surely the well-deserving title of elimination leaders. Nobody else is anywhere close to them. And they are going for all 3 in our storyline. They took down Expand, they took down the Indonesians of Esports Divine, and now attack all around itself. But they left one final survivor. We'll have to catch up with that action in a little bit, as Buriram is on a slaying spree as well.
Slightly quieter game for BRU, but already have 7 eliminations nonetheless. This portal allowed them to get back into the circle right after picking off stragglers outside. This command post is now very, very populated. Both teams here are Vietnamese. The GOW and WAG. It's Cosq and On Fire brought back their teammates as well. C-Triple-G still in this game. GOW making the first move. A shot onto the Ghost.
He's missing that one. Can't blame him. AWM from a distance like this. And Ghost moving around. Not the easiest of aims to get. Kwang, on the other hand, for the side of God of Wolf, needs to make sure they don't make a mistake because WAG has got a fantastic line just beyond those walls.
Let's see, this is actually slowing it down. I do like this approach. WAG, they have the Ghost right outside and Isa just repositioned to the far end. This could come down to a battle of the snipers, and I would argue that Isa has a slightly better position. At least you can move around on the roof, but the Ghost, he is stuck in that sentry tower.
And the pace slowed down is a invitation for the rest of the teams to drop by command post as well. 6 teams still alive and kicking. 2 of them right in front of us. Attack all around, just lingering around the corner, being forced in by the circle. Karoro! Good blue wall pulled up. And the AC-80 is not going to be able to do much against that glue wall. Poongod is taking aim already, though. Can he get a little bit of revenge?
Let's see. WAG still have some luxury of time, thankfully. I don't think attack all around will pose too much of a threat. And with this circle in their favor, they definitely now can hold back GOW. It's imperative that they do so. Poongod trying to sneak from behind, but spotted up by Krillin. Still managed to get through somehow with the summer cover. But that also forces WAG to back off a little bit. Yeah, Poongod getting snuffed out.
Oh no, GOW. A little premature with the push. Isa is not in position for that flank just yet. He's just halfway traveling. And they start things off with the glue wall melters first. Dolphin's holding his fort here from that watchtower. Bison in hand. He should be able to take good backstab. But Kuroda shows up from nowhere. An attack all around now, interfering in this fight. And WAG has an advantage, for Kuroda pulls the whole squad behind.
Yeah, that is crazy. The moment attack all around, the moment GOW moved, WAG sprung into action to reinforce Dolphin, and the Ghost gets the first knock onto RIP, and GOW now realize the situation that they are in. With RIP removed, GOW are left with 3.
Oh, smooth move by WAG, instantly reacting to GOW's positioning, and it was all started by the attack all around player just showing up where he was not expected at all. There's a potential that GOW thought that was WAG going for the backstab. They turned around to respawn, and they just literally turned their backs against WAG to give away one of their players. Attack all around still has one to stick his nose into the actions as well as stories of GOW, but a fantastic portal go open by GOW to find their reposition in towards the middle of the next zone.
Where is Kuroro? He's still somewhere in this game. BRU in the meantime looking to remove C-Triple-G. Funa taking down to the ice grenade. Now here comes the blue zone, but didn't need to wait too long. C-Triple-G didn't stand a chance.
Funa's definitely back, man. I mean, he clearly lost his rhythm, but the rhythm has been found, and he's dancing around with it as C-Triple-G makes their exit. 5 more teams left. GOW has avoided enough engagements. I don't think Buriram is going to give them that opportunity once again. Buriram with the UAV first. Players spotted out already on the side of GOW. Indo Stars behind. Therefore, GOW cannot retreat. They have to deal with Buriram.
BRU wants the circle, and you can feel it. This could be the best possible position. Or they could wait, and it seems like that is a secondary choice that they are taking. Just wait for the circle to come pushing in, and then we force GOW into a rough spot. 18 Diado gets his skull blown off by the Ghost from afar. To take note, only GOW have control of the circle, and it's only an arsenal. If BRU can push them out of this, GOW might not stand a chance. WAG now in the size of Moshi.
Nice. Moshi through the glue walls. 2 back-to-back shots through those glues. So this guy is going to be a threat from that high ground.
She just got a knock as well. Indo Stars 15 eliminations, still counting. Multiple teams to look at. WAG being held back a little bit by the glue wall melters, but Indo Stars, you need to keep pressing on. You can't fight with the blue like this. Wasana taking out Krillin. WAG crippled multiple angles. It's Kochi with the nade and actually get high out of nowhere with his own nade to get rid of Liam, and they actually brought Liam back up just in time.
But chill, but Raz down now, get high. Non-stop with those grenades. Can he find another? Yes, he does. Get high. How many more grenades does he have in his pocket? He still has him. He's just tossing him in one after the other. And now pushing on forth. with the Trogon in hand, trying to go for the elimination. 18 Diaz shows up right in front of him, forcing Get High to back away. Wasana's backup is just not there just yet. Finally shows up, but he's going to be distracted by Indostars.
14 kills, 14 eliminations, excuse me, for BRU already. Sana actively chasing 1v1. He knows he can win these isolated fights. In fact, they're going to isolate themselves on the far end.
Nice.
They don't want to be a part of this. WAG no longer a part of the game. It's just BRU and IDS GOW. And GOW, they're losing members. Iza just got knocked down on top of the roof and no one can reach him. Raz will take over that position to get an extra point for his team.
Nice.
Now Funa on the push from the right-hand side. Wasana to support him. Liam goes down. D Kwang, what are you doing? Trying to just mow down the members of BRU with this truck. D Kwang, this guy is a lunatic.
Yeah, the monster truck is built to shut down all of those glue walls. But Moshi snipes him out of the truck, and that's all over. Indostars, their glue walls. Look at this. The fortress of glue walls built up by Indostars to block off those grenades as well. But Buriram, they still do have their guns. And finally, they go ahead to use that Skylar as well. But Buriram wipes them out, leaving the final player for a final second. And a massive back-to-back booyah by Buriram.
Yeah, Buriram, they basically feasted and licked the plate clean. 19 eliminations and a booyah. Another monstrous 31-point round. And they have definitely widened the gap between them and everyone else in this group stage. And more importantly, a slower game for them from the early to mid stage. But once they warmed up those engines, even that monster truck couldn't stop them.
I mean, Buriram, 2 booyahs already on this map, and they just picked up their third. Good on them. The most dominant team on Kalahari thus far. Clearly still the most dominant team on Kalahari.
There's nothing that could stop them, right? It really felt like this team never left Kalahari at all. It's complete dominance, full control, cool, calm, collected, and everyone else. You can see the expression, especially on the Vietnamese teams, WAG. That felt like a round that they could have done a lot more. GOW very much relaxed. They made top 3, and then you have Team Flash still in that pit. Don't know how to crawl out of it.
And Buriram United Esports, the first team to exceed 400 points, currently sitting on 421 with 251 eliminations in hand. 137 points came from just Kalahari alone from the 6 games that they've played thus far. I mean, if there is one team to look up to, this surely is the squad.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. I mean, everyone looks up to BRU. I think you can ask any player, any team in an interview, and they would tell you that BRU is the golden standard. They are the golden star of SEA. Even in the replay, you can see it. Things got chaotic so fast. We lost 4 teams by the 6.5 minute mark.
And it is a little impossible to expect Buriram to drop their performance now because they have just found their rhythm. Even Funa, the player who was making a couple of unwanted mistakes out there on the battlefield, is no longer making those mistakes. Instead, he has turned his ways around 180, hitting those big shots, getting those eliminations for the squad as well. Not being a burden, but actually being a fantastic support and allowing the rest of the teams to focus on their own gameplay of picking up those elimination points as well.
And this is the kind of the chaos, right? I like how BRU pulled away and decided to play it slow. Maybe the BRU from a year or 2 ago would have ran right in, but the discipline starting to show from this team is a culmination of multiple international appearances that brought them to this point. At IDS, try as they may, they might not have beaten BRU, but they themselves have kind of gotten a record in this round.
I have to say props to D Kwang for figuring out that perhaps the monster truck could make its best use as well as its best moves right there in the tiny little circle laden with full of glue walls. And he was right. It was very effective, much more effective than the Skylar, but he sacrificed himself in that maneuver as well.
I mean, he's the only one left, right? There's nothing much you can do against BRU. Well, lucky for you, BRU fans, we get to talk to them again. Let's throw it to the host, the interviewer, to speak to BRU about that booyah win.
Here is again with our favorite guys, Moshi from Riyadh United Esports. Yay! do you think that he can answer us with something that
In English?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yes,
you can speak English.
Yes,
Okay. First thing I wanna ask, what do you think as a pro player need to have?
การจะเป็นโปรเพลเยอร์ต้องมีอะไรบ้าง
ต้องมีวินัยครับ แล้วก็
Okay, discipline,
ฝ่ายวิชาสามัคคีครับ
unity, and eager to learn new things. Okay.
Why he answer look like a scout or something?
เป็นลูกเสืออะไรลูก
ใช่
Okay. If your fan want to be pro player as you, which way is the best way that they should begin?
ถ้าเมื่อทางบ้านอยากเป็นโปรเพลเยอร์เหมือนอย่างเรา ต้องทำยังไงบ้าง
ก็เริ่มจากทัวร์นาเมนต์เล็กๆครับแล้วค่อยๆไต่ระดับขึ้นมา
Okay, start to join all tournament they can find.
So, lastly but not least, anything you want to say to your mother?
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงคุณแม่ไหมคะ
ครับ รักแม่ครับเราจะเอาแชมป์ไปฝากครับ
Oh.
Okay, I love you, mom. I will bring you a champion.
Okay. Can you tell us anything that your mom said to you when you live before camera?
แชร์หน่อยได้ไหมว่าปกติแม่จะพูดอะไรก่อนที่เราจะมาแข่ง
ก็บอกว่า ไปให้ถึงฝั่งฝันครับ
Try to get what you want, like get your goal.
Achieve what you want. Okay. And this is Mochi from Buriram United Esports. Yay!
เรียนมากาซี
Hi. And now back to you, Shoutcaster.
Even Kase to Moshi.
Yeah, that's some expand influence right there. Those boys have been hanging out a little bit too much. Okay. But
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Moshi said he would bring a trophy back to his mom. A trophy? He has brought two trophies. All right, he's brought more than enough trophies. But sure, go for one more, right? Why not?
yeah. Absolutely, man. But of course, here are the MVP stats for the game itself. It is Moshi. 5 eliminations, 7 knockdowns, 4 headshots through 3,846 damage. Massive game for Moshi this time around. I'm pretty sure the mini Uzi wasn't doing all of that.
No, definitely not. Definitely is like long range sniper rifles. Say Moshi back on Skylar. Oh, you gotta have a bit of a flashback to last year when Magic Squad won the World Championship. That was when no one used Skylar. So I'm glad the meta shifted a little bit since then. We're seeing this character being used a lot more often so that you don't have to just rely on glue walls and occasional monster trucks. And this does make the job of Moshi a bit easier as well, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to stock up too much glue wall melters. You can leave it to your front lines, and this Skylar itself paired with Moko is more than enough for you to do the task from long range.
Absolutely, he's got that Suzy as well, so he's doing all of the tagging. The rest of his team members are getting all of those coins when they eliminate the tagged player. Every time he eliminates a player, all thanks to Suzy, he gets the extra 100 coins. He buys back the rest of his team members as the support player. Moshi doing everything, and on top of everything else, he's getting those eliminations for the squad as well. So, you know, you don't really want to get into a game without this man.
Definitely not. He has proven himself to be one of the best support players. I think you can draw a bit of a parallel between him and Koskil. They both are, I would say, one of the most decorated support players from Thailand. Maybe throw Saming into that equation, but if you want to look at overall performance, Moshi is still the most solid man. In terms of elimination leaderboards, you have Raz and 18 Deer from IDS with 6 apiece, alongside with Funa, who also got 6, Osana and Moshi with 5 each.
This is a little bit interesting with the Indonesians actually taking the spotlight here. Both of them from Indostar, 6 each for 18 Dia as well as Raz for a total of 12. I'm curious to see exactly what their overall score was by the end of the game.
I do too. I feel like, I mean, you mentioned that BRU are the first team to break the 400 point. Now I want to see if they can go for 450 because we have 2 more rounds left. Knowing BRU, it is not an impossibility. Key players though, we have 18 Deer who went berserk this game with 8 headshots. Funa himself fell back to a more supportive role, but it's completely fine. He still got the eliminations down. Raz with 5 rescues, and Sam 13 with like what, almost 18 blue walls broken.
And the M1014 makes its comeback here with the top 3 weapons used with the 7 eliminations in hand. Of course, the Bison takes the spotlight once again. It's the #1 most used weapon, as well as the eliminations with a weapon out there on the battlefield, followed by the Drogon. You know, we forgot one storyline. We were talking about how EVOS Divine and Expand were chasing attack all around, but Indostars came out of nowhere, and they may have just been able to overtake both Divine and Expand.
And that would be an even crazier race.
Yeah.
Well, for now, the current game standings, it's
My God.
just see IDS very, very close to beating BRU. If not for that booyah the BRU got for themselves, another 31 points. WAG and GOW 12 apiece. This is an extremely top-heavy game.
And of course, WAG has done the absolute impossible from what was to be with their previous week 1 gameplay. But now this is a very different form of WAG. They ended yesterday on a high. They started off today on a high, and they're maintaining that consistent play. I mean, 12 points isn't anything to shout about, but as long as you're not getting clunked out in, you know, the bottom side of the leaderboard here in every single match, you should stand a good chance. And they are currently sitting in the 11th spot, 1 point above PE Sports. And of course, going back to the storyline, look at this. Indostars overtaking EVOS Divine as well as Expand with 264 points. Impressive play by the Indonesians.
This is just madness. Attack all around gets to breathe a minus side of relief because this entire match is just Indostars and BRU, so everyone else didn't make too much of a progress. But if you look at it from a broader view, it is just not good news for Attack all around, right? Like, sure, no one is catching up to me except for IDS, but that also means that I myself am not moving anywhere closer, at least not to see Triple G nor Reverse Red. And Attack all around, they gotta step it up a bit.
Yeah, they need about 46 points to catch up, and that's a lot of points. Probably, you know, if they have a super solid Booyah plus a very decent game, it's going to take them just 2 games, and technically we only have 2 more games. But if you look at the probability of EVOS Divine Expand as well as Indostars catching up with Attack all around, they need about 2 games as well, or at least 1 massive match for themselves, right? They've got 2 opportunities to go, and I think there's still a lot of stories to crack down on.
Yeah, and I think at least the one thing that is established is that IDS, EVOS, and Expand are in a race of their own. We're gonna head for a short 5-minute break, and when we come back, it will be the last 2 maps to close out this week. We'll see you in a bit.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? supplier! How'd you like them apples?
Welcome back, survivors. This is day 6 of Play Day in the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024, and the final 2 matches are just beyond us. Nextera as well as a random map waiting to bless someone. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with Husky, and we are your casters for the day.
And we have seen BRU come alive after game number 2, right? Game 1, a bit slow. Game 2, scored a booyah. Game 4, scored a booyah. And both booyahs are in the 30-point realm. And we also saw IDS overtaking Evo's Divine and Expand, now getting into a race with those other 2 teams, kind of putting themselves in a red race of their own.
Yeah.
Attack All Around, though, I think this is a team that I'm looking at, because these last 2 rounds is crucial for us to determine where AAA stands by the end of week 2.
Unfortunately for you, man, Attack All Around is pretty subdued on Nextera, right? But one would probably expect all of that subduedness to have taught them a good lesson, so they bring in something different into this upcoming matchup. And for their sake, I hope that is going to be the case, because we have now 3 teams looking to take their spot, and all 3 teams look like they're good enough to get it done. Indostars, surprisingly, have found their momentum once again, and they are wrecking everyone out there. In fact, they personally wrecked Evo's Divine as well as Expand, who were chasing Attack All Around in the first place, and then went on to shut down Attack All Around themselves.
Yeah, they had a monstrous 28-point round. The only thing that stopped them was BRU at the very end. Now, for those who didn't get to look at the overall leaderboard, we're going to show it to you guys right now. One more time, just to give you guys a good update on what has transpired so far. BRU, obviously, in the first place. Stalwart and Reverse Red, no changes to them as they were not playing. CGG remaining in 4th. Attack All Around remaining in 5th. And Tada IDS in 6th place, 3 points ahead of Evo's Divine and 4 points ahead of Expand.
Now, the next one WAG can aim for is actually RRQ Kazu. Although Onyx Olympus is above them, Onyx Olympus is still playing, and there's a potential Onyx Olympus is going to overtake Kazu, and they're not too far apart from doing that at all, right? But WAG really needs to hustle 2 games back-to-back, unless, of course, they can get into the final circle with a massive number of points. Maybe even the Booyah 1 game should be enough for them. So a lot of movement still expected out there on the overall leaderboard.
Even with GOW, they have 2 more rounds to overtake, Heavy and PE Sports and put themselves in 12th if they can finish these last 2 maps strong. We have Nextera coming up as our 5th map, and afterwards we will spin the wheel and see which roulette slot it lands on for our final map. And this one, Nextera, is pretty demotivating to know that Attack All Around does not perform well on this map, because there's also another pressing issue that I feel like they might have to address, which is the way that they're playing these mid-rounds. I understand that Revival is a more frequent thing. A lot of teams are getting into, this 3-way, 4-way fights, and sometimes Attack All Around becomes a part of it, but they are not winning it. So perhaps they should take a step back, play like WAG and just play it slow. WAG Expand, that's what they're good at. Play it slow and fight for the final circle. That could give them an upper hand in this.
These are the top 3 teams on this map, but 2 out of the 3 teams are not in play today because they are from Group B, so only CGG will be taken into account. Onyx Olympus as well as Expand are the 2 other squads that have done pretty decently on this map as well thus far, that are currently in play today. And Expand has scored 1 booyah for themselves. CGG, on the other hand, have had 2 booyahs on Nextera, so clearly they're going to be ones to look out for. But Indostars is a close runner-up when it comes to the performance on this map. They themselves have got a booyah to their name as well.
Yeah, they've played 3 Nextera rounds and they've gotten 88 points, at least 3 a guaranteed one. So for CGG, they're not too worried about Nextera. It is a map with a lot of its unique tropes as well, like your low gravity graph labs, you have teleporter that you don't even need to go portal sometimes. And for CGG, I expect them to continue this aggressive run. I expect BRU to heat up from that mid round to late stage, and I'm expecting Expand WAG to continue playing slow, and IDS, perhaps they're going to turn on their jet engines and start catching up to the teams who are in front of them.
Yeah, as a player, I love playing on Xterra. As a shoutcaster, I absolutely hate this map. It just gets to a point where there's way too many defensive positions for you to hold, and you get to, circle 4, circle 5 with a massive number of teams still alive and kicking there, and there's just pure chaos. You never know exactly what you need to look out for, where you even need to seek in terms of finding opponents. They are just littered all around the map at that point.
I'll say a good thing is that when we go into a map like Xterra, I remember last year at the World Series, it was Intellect Center that decided the last 2 rounds.
Yeah.
That's because of the presence of that high tier loot zone. In this case, I wonder where that flight path is going to take us. Will that Intellect Center be another point of contention? Certain teams who want to start the round slow tend to gravitate towards that area, and the flight path is taking us right through that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, smack dab in the middle, opening up the whole of Nexterra for us. And this is one of the blessings, once again, from Garena Free Fire. They've removed the high tier loot zone, so no more bait for some of these teams who are constantly looking for it.
After last year, they were like, nah, that was not part of the script. VRU should have won that, but that dang Intellect Center high tier loot zone.
Oh, yeah, man. That literally ruined so much of chances. And of course, the Intellect Center does kind of, drag you in, give you a little bit of a upper hand against your opponents that perhaps might not be something that they're looking for. They want to have a pretty equal fight between all of the teams. I guess removing that little blue circle does the job for them. Expand dropping a little bit too close for comfort here against a team, I believe, Indonesian squad right beside them.
Expand, they are at the mud site area with a vending machine. I believe one of the members is actually very far away from the rest. Foki on a solo expedition. There is Lee, who actually took some damage. I wonder if it was from Foki himself or from a third party. I have to check back at that a little bit. IDS overall also slowing down their pace. They realized, okay, we had a great game, but we can't push it too far. Got to keep it cool, not overheat.
And this is a very, it's going to be slow paced for quite a bit on this Nexterra.
For once.
So many places to hide around. And dude, I don't like it, man. I mean, the chaos that ensues in Circle 4, Circle 5 is just way too much of unpredictable moments, way too much of, heartbreaks, especially for teams that are really setting up to get into that final circle. 18 Deer finds one. No first blood yet, though. Just 2 knocks. And Krillin will have, as quickly as he gets taken down, goes revives.
Might not have to wait too long. He was divine. Wow, Funa around the corner. A-backs. Okay. Some fancy footworks, but just did not have the health bar to outlast BRU. Let's get high. Shoots Ray down. They were able to get rid of Moshi, so that is at least 1 point for Evo's Divine at the cost of 2. Attack all around in the meantime. Just taking cover at Farmtopia.
He went back in there for a re-engage with 6 HP left on him. I know the P90 is a fancy SMG, but 6 HP is not going to save you at all. No amount of great footwork can get that done. And one more. On the other hand, we'll spot Axel out alongside Cobra. Ooh, great animations on the gun skin as they manage to take the player out of the equation. C-Triple-G, X-Roy still in close proximity with 3 of those players who should be able to buy their friend back real quick.
Might be able to get a little bit more out of this, depending on if Expand wants to commit. It seems like they decide not to do so, which is fine by me. You don't need to push your luck too far, especially when X-Ray is all alone. But C-Triple-G, they are the kind to retaliate. Meanwhile, it's IDS against GOW. Lim is out in the open, and Raz supporting him from very far. Actually, he took the goal portal. Where did he go? From the flank angle. This could be a pincer maneuver for IDS.
Nice one. Raz is in a perfect position to take those shots. He's got the AC-80 in hand, but he plays it really, really slow. Leaving his own portal go. Question is, where does he go? Todak up in the open as well. GOW was supposed to be the target, but Todak taking cheap shots at these guys at the same time. Therefore, they have to abandon the route.
That was actually a great portal. If Todak didn't interfere, IDS would have set up such a great pincer, such a great crunch on the GOW, but now they have to fight it the traditional way. 18 Deer catching D-Kwang with his back turn. Todak wanted to join in this. Actually, GOW relocating towards where Todak is. Todak gets the last laugh, wiping out majority of GOW.
That seems to be one of the only ways Todak can get points out here. Sorry, Todak. They have
The
been
easiest way as well, actually.
they've been struggling a little bit with their up and down momentum. But if players are going to give themselves up to Todak, they're just going to welcome them with open arms. But now attack all around appearing out of nowhere. And of course, Expand finally encroaching the compound of CGG together as one squad. Cobra down on the ground already, though. Fantastic grenade launches sent his way. Crime MKS with the XM8 on the right-hand side flank. He needs to move a little faster.
You gotta get rid of Ona.
Wow.
Ona ends up going down too because of his own glue wall. The timing a bit off. X-Troy actually gets removed as well. Now Axo left his own devices. God needs one more shot though. Now getting pushed by the members of CGG. Crime MKS needs to come and support it, but Axo is already down. He's left the Crime MKS to kind of keep the threat together. He was able to get one of his own. The revive starts coming through. One more of his back turn in the red, and now the switcheroo, the bait and switch on fire with the cleanup.
Yeah, on fire was there to save the day for the squad. CGG manages to survive for the time being, 4 eliminations, all thanks to Expand. And Expand says, all right, we'll get a rematch later. They back away for revives.
All around, taking a fight against Evil's Divine. This is still a decent scenario. At least they're not trying to engage in 2-3-way fights. But Evil's Divine spotted out by the binoculars. What is the next course of action for attack all around? You've got to wonder how are they going to call the shot. It's Evil's Divine making their retreat already.
CGG hitting the revive and at the same time shutting down players from the side of GOW. Expand managing to bring back the players as well. Onyx onto Flash, and I believe this is going to be a all-out battle. They've marked each other already and they know those positions to follow. Wally cannot run anywhere, for the guy just cannot hide. What in the world? That angle just played so well into his hands. But unfortunately for him, he'll still go down.
Thankfully, Team Flash is still in the running, but very crippled. BRU on the other hand also spots Evil's Divine. There is a go portal. How are they going to play around this? Trying to go for a 2-2. Moshi needs to be removed first though before Funa gets rid of the front line of Evil's Divine, and he already got aim-got. His go portal very lethal and it's working in BRU's favor. Wasana though knocked down by Kororo from a mile away. Let's get high, gets Today. There's 2 from Evil's Divine removed.
Buriram's distracted with Evil's Divine and attack all around, just taking advantage of the situation. And Evil's Divine says, hasta la vista, baby. We are out of here. Final player Abex gets taken down, or at least the final player who was still staying back to check out the situation. Buriram disappears as well. There's a portal go that's used. Question is, where does it lead out to?
Triple kill.
Pretty far away from the battlefield. Gardu alongside Kiba will Gary or Dian. GOW getting picked off by Onyx Olympus. Gary, he is ahead of the curve. Trying to look for RIP, but RIP got the revive, so at least the run for GOW continues. Gary, can he find a shot? That one completely misses. So it's going to take a while before he finally gets rid of RIP. WAG against Dewa on the other hand. Could get messy. Cyrus round the corner. Actually, Mr. 17 takes a knee in the face.
Yep, and beyond with the backup from the top, and he is able to tag up Dolphin with his grenade. But Sam 13 all alone though. Cyrus with a finisher, Trogon in hand, a double pump, and he goes down as well. Krillin with the backup, a tad bit late though, Krillin.
Yeah, don't try to claim credit. It's all Cyrus. Just wasted a couple of bullets. Wait, whose War Melter was that? Was that from Dewa?
I think so. He just tossed one in and he's running away as quickly as speed can carry him. So why would you give your position away and then run? It is okay. Decisions are meant to be made sometimes just so that we can have a laugh.
Some disruptions, I suppose. Trying to be cheeky, you know, the fadeaway shot. Elimination King so far is Gardu with 4 under his belt. Volley is out in the open, all of his own. Can't make a choice though. Team Flash, what are you looking for? Okay, you might find D Kwang up there on the billboard.
Now, the blessing still is the fact that Flash has not gotten taken out of the equation. They've managed to revive all of their players. They're still in. Oh, good fight, and Dian goes down. So Flash is having a good game.
Now Abax almost going down to the blue. Literally dropped to 1 HP. It was Divine not having a good time at all. Just only 1 point and the whole team has almost nothing to their name. BRU, oh no. In front of 2 of the EVOS members.
In 35 seconds, Pocket Shop closes. Everybody else needs to hustle for those revives. So no more freebies for you guys. And Ray trying to abuse it as much as possible, bringing his 3 members back. But Abex just got knocked down onto the ground once again. We gotta wait a little bit. Gary out. 20 more seconds for those revivals. Poon God claims 200 with that elimination. And 15 seconds before this all closes down. X-Roy fine. Oh my goodness. God of Wolves is just getting ripped apart by everyone.
They are so scattered around the map. While Kiroro gets his head blown up by Kiba. Kiba blocking. Jump got off. Did he find a finisher at least? Wait, Poon God is still up. What is this? Kiba didn't get anything done.
Some flashback of... who was that earlier? Was it Wasana that missed those shots? No, it was Crime MKS.
Yes, it was crime.
It's a crime to miss those shots, but it is what it is in terms of a spot like that. But let's see if or not WAG can get some information off of this UAV. Indostars all spotted out. Someone scans them with the Arvon as well. So Indostars better be careful here. WAG wants to have a meal. Somebody else knows that this action is about to ensue. Could have just been WAG with the R1 as well, but I wonder why they would use both the UAV and their pet.
I wonder
oh
too,
goodness.
actually.
Ready flash?
They're committed to the push. Okay, Coach Yu gets knocked down. This Glua, the gap a bit awkward. Cyrus catching ATD on the way out. That's already 2 for WAG. IDS on the run. Raz getting shot multiple times, but puts a limp away at least. Out into the blue as well at 11 minutes. So IDS forced into a very, very bad position as attack all around also under siege and under attack by Expand. Foki taking a cluster nade to the back. Jump God jumps out the window. X-Roy not that lucky. From behind they try to take the fight, but Expand responding in kind, very aware of the surroundings. Kurodo out in the open. Poongon now joins him. Cobra to the second floor trying to look for Foki. If he finds Foki, this is an opening and Foki gets found. But Cobra, can he survive this?
Yeah, Cobra downs Foki. The guy is still hanging on though, bleeding out. But Jump God is there to potentially save him. Expand. It's either now or never. You go in for the finisher or you back out. Cobra's out. And Axel can't really do much in this situation at all. The circle's pretty far away, and this is the chaos I was talking about. 10 teams still alive and kicking.
And, this time is IDS against Todak. They found 8 elimination already. Good job, Todak. Let's see if they can get rid of BRU. In fact, BRU are closer to them. Uh-oh. IDS landing to exactly where Fikri is. Battle from 2 fronts. Who are you going to choose, Todak? Seems like there's no good choice as Zen is already gone.
Chaos is breaking out and teams are leaving this lobby one after the other. Todak looks to reposition, but where can they run? Right below them is going to be Indostars, hot on their heels. Buriram just watching all of this action breakdown from afar, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Attack all around from the right-hand side, doing the exact same thing. So Todak, you better eat as much as you can because they are looking to fatten you up before they slay you.
They are trapped outside. Look at all those glue walls. Todak have no way to get over it. And Cyrus! Oh, what? Man, this, I mean, at that range, there's a go portal as well. It kind of put a whole cannon to BRU, I wonder. Mr. 05 alone behind that tree, but WAG are under so much pressure.
See if they can work their way out of this one as Cosq gets jumped by Jump God himself. Moshi finds Mr. 05, pulls away that elimination point. The knockdown not by him. Todak got that knock and he just stole that one away. On fire, manages to trade out Jump God, but it looks like attack all around is overtaking them very quickly. One more with a sliver of health, tries to survive, doesn't manage to do so. On fire, the final player turns around, shuts down Poon God, and it looks like that comeback might just be possible here for CGGG.
Even got the rescue on fire, pulling the entire team on his shoulders. BRU now bombarding IDS as Vikri needs some help from Raja, but doesn't seem like he will be able to get it though. Todak also getting pummeled by multiple teams. Get hide somehow. 5 traps, and Raja also goes down thanks to Ona. CGGG regrouping very, very quickly. to continue this push into the final stage of the game.
The hope is here for Indostars if they can survive this battle against Todak as well as Buriram. Overtaking attack all around should be a walk in the park if they can survive this. But that's just a lot to ask for. Todak may be an easy team for them to deal with their current form, but Buriram on the other hand, they are hot. 2 Booyahs in the bag already today, and they are looking for the third.
Look at C-Triple-G, they have 18 eliminations, AJ. They might just break the record of BRU if they get the Booyah right now, and it will be the second Booyah of the day as well.
And C-Triple-G is looking to catch up with Reverse Red. They're 28 points behind them. They are well on their way to do exactly that.
Very, very possible. WAG seems like they made the choice to push towards C-Triple-G first. Meanwhile, BRU now under attacked. Multiple angles. It's C-Triple-G and WAG. They both want BRU's hit, and IDS pounces on that opportunity to get rid of one first. Moshi goes down 18. Diado, not so lucky. Knocked by Wasana. One more also chips in. It's WAG that takes the brunt of that attack on the other end of the map. Funa still has some HP to work with. Get high by his side to get rid of Kochu and Lim. And that's IDS out.
IDS out already. Buriram looking for the third Booyah of the day, and they're getting ever more closer to that. C-Triple-G with a massive round for themselves, looking to replace Reverse Red in the third spot. WAG looking to make Vietnam proud, and I want WAG to take this game because we all know exactly what we want out of that one. VRU, 2 players down on the ground. One final survivor. Can he make it out of this? C-Triple-G are making this beautiful run so possible for them just by stepping away from the action.
I think they've done it, right? They've already have 21 eliminations. They just need to get rid of, like, what, 2 more guys? It's between them and WAG. WAG also stands a fair chance. Okay, Ona! The 1v1 on fire, and Cyrus. Who's gonna get it? Cyrus. Start until end. Resilient and defiant. Now facing up against On Fire. All he needs is one good shot on Fire around the corner.
Come on, Cyrus.
Playing time. Cyrus is gonna start healing. On Fire. It's in the center though. On Fire is gonna get advantage. Does Cyrus out heal this?
Come on,
He's
Cyrus.
gonna try his best. On Fire also gets the medkit down.
Horizon
The
line.
is down. It's a race against time. On Fire. The ball
he's
go
got the
down for
horizon line.
Cyrus now. It's gonna outlast this. Through the test of times, and the trials On Fire gets back up but goes
Cyrus
down
lost the
anyway.
horizon line.
Cyrus surpassing the odds, and the blue to get the Booyah for WAG.
Welcome back, Yunso! Horizon line save Cyrus, and what a massive game for WAG. They start the day with a fantastic Booyah, and they continue to climb on up. Onyx Olympus had their opportunity. They picked up some decent points, but a little bit too early they ended this round. And WAG were looking to replace them in the 10th spot. That might have just been possible.
A dream come true, or at least a goal achieved for WAG. Do it for the team, do it for the region, because do it for Yeonsu. We get to see her again talking to the boys. I mean, the Ghost, he did put out kind of an ultimatum, right? We are here for the win. We are here to take out Indonesia. But I think they've taken down a even bigger giant in the form of C-Triple-G.
I guess if there was a vote for the best host and translator, we all know exactly who the English broadcast or the English desk will be voting for.
100%. There's no question about it. You know, I think that for WAG right now in this current state, they made progress. For sure. Now is to keep it up, right? I would even go as far as to say that if next week PE Sports kind of experience that plateau, perhaps the burden of the region might shift over to WAG, which is going to be the very first time they take on that responsibility as well. And that would be a kind of a special transition.
I just did some quick math here, and it looks like WAG has definitely overtaken RRQ Kazu, who are not playing today. They are in Group B, but they have not managed to overtake Onyx Olympus. Onyx did just enough to stay ahead, but only by 2 points. So this is still a dream run for WAG. They just need to hustle a little bit more, one more game, and what decides it? It's gonna be a randomizer. It's the random map, and if at all we come back to Nextera, yep, they're gonna smile.
They are gonna have a way better chance. I mean, dream runs are not foreign to teams, right? I mean, IDS themselves also had a dream run not long ago in a separate tournament, and that one was crazy. That one dream run made the difference between them and Todak qualifying for the finals. So
Correct, yeah.
looking at WAG, I think they might have the chance to replicate that. Or at least this one is not for qualification, but just to put themselves in a better standing. BRU also fought until the bitter end, but C-Triple-G shut them down first, and this one, I think one of the best extended sequence in the final circle. Literally outlasting not just time, but also everything else the game throws at you.
Yeah, both players had the Horizon line, but on fire, he activated his Horizon line first. Obviously, he ran out. Cyrus, I mean, the guy was just, he has gone for a lot of first aid classes.
Yeah, he even at the presence of mind, right? He realized that, wait, the center of the circle does not favor me, but it's okay. I'm gonna start using my bandages.
Yes.
Get that clock running,
Yeah.
and literally just outplayed one more on fire at the very end.
And this is our opportunities now for all of us to put a good smile on our faces as we welcome Yun Sol right back to interview the winners.
Hello everybody, welcome back to our Vietnamese Booyah interview after the match. Right next to me is WAG Dolphin. Can you say hello to the audience please? Thì Dolphin có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Xin chào tất cả mọi người đang theo dõi trên kênh Quyền Thoại Sinh Tồn.
Hello everybody who has been following us on our Free Fire Esports channel. Then this is our second Booyah, congratulations. Then do you feel satisfied with your performance right now? Thì mình cũng xin chúc mừng Dolphin, đây cũng là Booyah thứ hai của chúng ta rồi. Thì không biết là Dolphin hiện tại đang có hài lòng với cái phong độ của mình không ạ?
Mình khá hài lòng với phong độ hiện tại của đội mình. Tụi mình còn cải thiện nhiều hơn nữa.
Currently, I'm pretty satisfied with our performance, but we still have to try to improve some of other things. Then moving on to our next questions. There was a play I saw that you rushed into the field by yourself. Then I saw that you were pretty like being motivated or something. Then what is your plan at that moment? Thì có một cái pha mình thấy là Dolphin tự một mình Dolphin công nhà vào luôn. Bình thường Dolphin không có như thế, nhưng mà hôm nay Dolphin đã có một cái pha công rất là chủ động. Thì bạn đã có cái ý tưởng như trong đầu hay là có một cái gì đó mà mình đã co với đồng đội mình không?
Thì mình thấy đồng đội mình khá là nhát, mình lên mình chơi thử cho đồng đội mình lấy lại sự tự tin và điều đó thành hiện thực.
Oh, so he feels like all of his teammates kind of a scaredy cat. So that's why he willing to rush into the house alone by himself, so that he can open a move for all of his teammates to come in. And you guys can see that it's really successful by that plan. Then next, we will talking about Cyrus a little bit. Then I saw that you and Cyrus has been together all the time, but then why like you shut down yourself and after that, but then later on Cyrus did a great job on himself. Then how do you feel about him? Thì mình có thấy là Cyrus và Dolphin đã luôn là một cặp kèm cặp nhau ở trong tất cả các trận đấu vừa qua rồi. Tuy nhiên thì lần này chỉ có Cyrus còn lại một mình thôi. Và tất nhiên là Cyrus cũng làm rất là tròn nhiệm vụ của mình rất là tốt. Thì bạn có cái gì bạn muốn tỏ ra với anh bạn Cyrus hay không? Hay là bạn có điều gì muốn nói không ạ?
Khi mình nằm xuống thì mình vẫn biến thành một cái linh hồn, mình theo dõi đồng đội, mình âm thầm theo dõi và mình chỉ dẫn Cyrus bắn.
Oh. Even when I shut down myself or when I lie down, I still become a soul to carry and also try to lead my little Cyrus so that he can finally bring back to our Booyah as well. Then one more last question. What is your goal in this game? Một câu hỏi cuối cùng. Mục tiêu của Dolphin cũng như là cả WAG của tụi mình ở trong cái ván đấu lần này sẽ là top thứ bao nhiêu?
Mục tiêu của tụi mình thì cố gắng hết sức và không để bắt gấu chữa nữa, chứ bắt gấu chữa hoài cũng hơi áp lực.
Mình có dự định là sẽ rơi vào top mấy không?
Hiện tại mình chưa biết điểm như sao, chắc mình cũng phải vào một vị trí an toàn để bắn cho tự tin hơn, tụi mình còn hơi bị ráng.
So currently they were under a really powerful person named Back Gao, and then they're just trying to play. They're just trying their best to play so that they won't get blamed by Back Gao anymore. And then they will also try to play more tactically and also feeling more safe so they can secure themselves in a good spot. Then that's all for our interview. Thank you so much, and let's moving back to our caster.
I disagree with this. That was too short of an interview. We need to extend the interview time by 10 minutes.
We want more. We want more. Truth be told, I completely get what Dolphin was feeling, right? When you're pressured by someone else, someone comes to you and be like, "Hey, you you kind of suck. You obviously want to play better. That's a good motivation. All right, that's a very good motivation to prove people wrong.
I saw you rush into that house. Why did you do it? Because my friends are scaredy cats. I love
Yeah,
this
my
guy.
friend, I love him. He might not be the final survivor, but he definitely is the one who starts certain fights.
Oh, yeah.
Our MVP though, definitely Cyrus. Not only with his stats, 5 eliminations and 4 knockdowns, none of that. The final play is enough to cement him as the MVP of the round.
Absolutely. Of course, he's got that Awakened Andrew for a little bit of extra boost in terms of the armor, and in order to boost up the rest of the team members' defense from that Awakened Andrew, Krillin as well as Dolphin drag him in for their lineup as well. Ghost could not do that. The Moko Awakened, Suzy as well as Nairi was his selection. Everybody's focusing on the Ice Iron as well. You need a solid glue wall out there, and WAG was focusing on a more defensive build because they know when it comes to the offense, their gun skills should be enough to keep them alive.
That's enough confidence, right? I think the shot call from the Ghost also plays a big part of how WAG has been playing some of these games, even in rounds where they were not performing all too well. You can see the idea is there. And look at this, the elimination leaders is on fire with 9, Funa with 9, one more with 6, and only Cyrus kind of made it up there alongside Gardu. But I think it's fine for WAG. We don't expect them to come out with, 15, 20 eliminations. So if they can get the average 10, then they get a booyah on top of that, I think it's a good benchmark for the team.
And I think it's safe to say Funa has fully redeemed his misplays with what he has done in here today. 9 eliminations. I mean, back to back to back. This guy has been very consistent with his offense out there, and his offensive maneuvers are finally starting to work. Of course, we can't say for that very first game where he misstepped and he walked right into 5 players. But as long as that recovery is there, it's good on him. C-Triple-G, of course, absolutely dominant with all of the eliminations. Otna pulling in the spotlight for himself as well with those assists. And Karoro with the 3,838 on the damage is pretty insane.
Yeah, a lot of long-range snipes. Moshi as well with 13 glue walls destroyed. The kind of signature of BRU, right? Everyone is good at CQC. They just turn into a full army on their own. And in this game, the favorite weapons switch a little bit. It's Trogon being the most popular, and then Woodpecker in second. We still have the Bison being used every now and then.
Yeah, totally, man. I mean, especially in Next Era where everybody's hiding behind a wall or a window, the Trogon comes in very handy with the launcher option. Bison, on the other hand, is still going to always be popular alongside the Woodpecker. But 31 points picked up by C-Triple-G is very impressive. They took that second spot. They took 22 eliminations, which is beyond monstrous. Buriram United, on the other hand, third spot, 8 placement points through 18 eliminations. They get a total of 26. WAG, who hit the booyah, did just enough for themselves to step on over RRQ Kazu. But like I said, they have not managed to breach the gap between themselves as well as Onyx Olympus to replace them, because Onyx still stayed in play. If Onyx had been taken out without those eliminations, this story would have been pretty different for WAG.
Oh, 100%. But once that at a time for WAG, right, this is falling within our expectations. 10 eliminations and a booyah. Not too big of a deviation from what we know of them. And that kind of shifts the standings a little bit. Just like you pointed out, AJ, RRQ is now taken over by WAG, pushed into 11th, PE Sports in 12th. GOW, they're also encroaching ever so close to PE Sports. I don't think they can take over RRQ, but they sure as heck have a chance to make it into 12.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And they've been pretty decent in terms of their gameplay, trying to get to that final circle. Of course, luck is sometimes against them. They are not the best team out there, but they're definitely not making mistakes that are unacceptable, like what we saw out of Flash, as well as Todak and Homebois from some of the previous days. Yesterday, Todak has been acceptable, but still something big needs to happen for the team.
And that one, it kind of falls into a completely different category, right? Like their level of acceptable is unacceptable if you're looking at a team like WAG attack all around. We're gonna spin the wheel right now and see where the next map is gonna be. And personally, I want to see more Kalahari because I miss that map.
You want to see Kalahari? I want to see wherever WAG is going to be able to dominate. And if they can, of course, step it up. I know you want Vietnam to win. So I'm going to say Next Terra, baby. Come on. Come on, randomizer. Come on, randomizer. Alpine.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too
It's
bad.
acceptable, Ken. I mean, we have some Vietnam teams that perform decently on Alpine, but that means we're back onto CGG's playing ground.
Yeah, we most definitely are. And we head on into Alpine. This is the place where things might just get a little dicey. If you want to look at the best Vietnamese squad here, guess what? It's God of Wolf. And they might just be able to bring the camera right back to the Vietnam host.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind any team winning on this map because today we only have 3 unique booyahs, right?
Yes.
BRU got 2, CGGG got 1, WAG got 2. So if this one goes back to CGGG, I wouldn't be that surprised at all. But overall, BRU still the best team on this map. 111 points in total with 2 booyahs, then followed by IDS and Stalwart.
Let's see if or not the teams will be able to make a big difference here, because Indonesia is surely sending in IDS to take the cake for themselves. Stalwart's not going to be in play, so we are going to be looking at attack all around instead, who are pretty dominant on this map as well. A single booyah to their name, but we all know Buriram will be looking to make some noise again.
And for Buriram, I think the next step for them is to see if they can extend the gap between them and Stalwart to 100 points and more. And if they get one more Monsters round, that is very, very much possible on this map.
I mean, hey, I think we're forgetting about Expand. Expand used to be pretty dominant on Alpine as well. Perhaps not in this particular tournament, but I'm hoping to see perhaps the Malaysian host. Okay, it's not the host. It's the 2 casters interviewing, but I'll take whatever I can get. Maybe we can have the Malaysian step it up on the final game before we close the day.
I mean, they are sitting in the studio, right? So gonna make them do some extra work. I do miss them though. So let's see. Then we gotta rely on Expand and Todak to make this happen.
All of these flight paths programmed because they're so fair, opening up the whole map for play, not really skewed towards either side of the map. And I really like this. Doc is going to be commanded by GOW, and the closest one to them is going to be Onyx, which is not a big threat for GOW.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind if the coding for flight paths change. It's a little bit more random and erratic. You know, sometimes you lean a bit more to one side of the map, or better yet, you curve the flight path. Now it no longer flies in a straight line. It makes turns along the flight path. Wouldn't that be interesting? I think it would be a good idea.
Toda and Expand, oh my mama. There might have been some trash talk out there in the studio, and these 2 teams are crashing head on. Perhaps Expand might just look to hunt down a couple of players. Victory, VSS, early shots tagged up by he sent out his Homer. Homer hasn't tagged up anyone just yet.
Okay, let's see. I think this is the second time that they both ran into each other at the start of the round. Xroy actually chased one of the Todak members out. Victory still at the corner though, getting shot at. Xroy, yep, intercepting him. I believe you also have Crime there. So Victory, unfortunately, will be the first casualty. The rest of Todak corralled by the EXO. I feel like they can back off if they want to, but they're choosing to stay.
They are choosing to fight, and I really think some trash talk happened in the background. And they're like, okay, I'll meet you outside. And wherever the map takes us, UAV light sent out, Dinoculus spotted out as well to get that extra bit of information. But they know that their opponents are smack dab right in front of them.
I wonder what Haji said. Pretty sure it's Haji. No, yeah, okay, he's the nicest guy. I'm pretty sure it's not him.
I mean, Haji has some allegiance to Toda. I mean, Toda used to be Sem 9. He used to coach the boys of Sem 9. So, oi, what's CGGG doing here? An uninvited guest, I see.
Just one, thankfully. It's running into... Okay, no, it's more than one.
Here comes the second one. Okay, Toda's backing away. They're not on pursuit. If they were coming... Oh,
that's... Okay, that's a teleporter.
All right.
Someone set up a teleporter.
Okay, this is going to be a little bit complicated, and Expand says maybe not for us. They send out the UAV, they scan out 2 CGGG players, and they immediately back away. Toda turns around. They want to come back, and I don't think it is by choice. It is because there is a flanker from the side of CGGG that's kind of shooting at them, forcing them right back into the house, and he is in the name of one more. So let's see if the scar in the hands of one more can put a scar on the faces of a couple of players on the side of Todak. In the meantime, Expand not gonna get expanded this early.
Actually, Homebois decided to stop holding that angle, which would have been a great angle to get the Todak members because they have them surrounded. Expand making the wise choice backing off early on. Evil's Divine getting a easy first point. Looking for the second. WAG, you can see that they're actively backing off from this.
And will they take this fight now? 3 minutes in. There's a couple of casualties, but the teams are still alive and kicking. And C-Triple-G just swoops on in for the elimination. Traps gets taken out. Raja dropped as well. Okay, Todak. Nice seeing you guys. I guess Haji's not going to be too happy.
I think just the two of them left behind. And the other two actually got away. So Todak might not be in that bad of a situation now. Fikri with the revive onto Traps. As off screen, I think they were, Mr. 05 got the knock onto the shin. I think that Team Flash wants to fight this. And why won't you? Okay, I was about to say Bayo got one, and perhaps there's a chance, but Mr. 17 is amping up the pressure a little bit. They even got the revive of the Mr. 05. Okay, I take that back. I don't think Flash is going to win this. Mr. 17 from behind, and Team Flash not even ready to receive this. There's no way out of this but to fight. And Mr. 17 is about to clean it up. He hadn't been dropped. The last man of Team Flash still alive.
Oh, this is too good, man. I mean, the movements, the Bison, fantastic plays. And now Indo Stars going up against Expand. This is going to be big. Axel tagged up, and a double team does take him down. Cobra's going to get sprayed down as well. No idea what he was doing out there. Crime. Oh, my goodness. This one all crumbles. Bye-bye, Expand, says Indo Stars.
Not a chance to fight at all. IDS really alive right now. Playing it to the absolute perfection. Yeah. Usually, Expand would have stood a bit of a chance. Even if they lose, they would take something with them. But this one was just brutal. IDS got rid of them without much resistance.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that's bad on the side of X-Fan. I would just say Indostars is on fire. They are heated up for this battle. They know that Expand is just a couple of points behind them, and obviously they didn't know that they were engaging with Expand, but they knew that no matter who they find out there, they have to win those matches, or they're going to continuously slip down the overall leaderboard because of how close those points are. So good on them. The fire is keeping them alive. Dewa United going up against Onyx. This is a all-out Indonesian battle right now.
Yeah, when you already have the momentum, you got to keep it going, especially when they are so close to attack all around. Just need one big round. The Olympus, on the other hand, they want to pull away from IDS as much as they can. Mr. 17 surrounded from behind is Mr. Beyond. Beyond is the one that gets the backstab. Okay, Onyx Olympus. This should have been easy, but not that easy after all. Kiba winning that fight against Mr. 05, but you still have a couple members of Evols that you need to go through. At least they were united, in fact. They're dropping anyways.
Crazy good stuff from Dewa. And we'll catch up with that action in a bit. But Todak, no idea exactly what Traps was doing there. But oh my goodness, Buriram now storming the front of Dewa United. They have barely made it out of that battle, and Buriram just cleaned up house.
Extra stragglers. Gardu forced to run out into the storm just to kind of prolong this round. That going around, so far so good. Not engaging in much of a conflict. Our season elimination leader, Wasana, just miles ahead of everyone else. 92 eliminations in first place, followed by Funa with 77.
The recovery gameplay by Funa is fantastic. Can we see them step it up now as Raja steps on in? Kosku goes down, but on fire. Manages to put Raja out of his misery pretty quickly. The rest of the Team Todak players are on the hunt, looking for some flashy players out there.
They're not able to find a spot to kind of just treat it as a pit stop and regain their equipment and all and stock up. Always on the run. Bayo got it out by Zen. This should be a straightforward one, but okay, maybe not straightforward. He broke the vehicle at least. Bayo now at the stand and fight. Actually tries to banish himself out now. That gives Zen priority. But Bayo somehow still able to slip away. The rest of Todak showing up though. Fortunately, Shin couldn't do it on his own. Fikri wins that one, and Yanbin also in the red. But Bayo able to overcome Zen at least to give Team Flash some sort of life.
Yeah, Fikri's rich enough to buy back his whole squad, so no issues there whatsoever. Flash is still around the vicinity, so they need to be prepared for engagement. The revives drop right back into the exact same spot, and the circle's just with them, so there's nothing much for Team Todak to stress about.
What are you gonna do? Bayo actually is trapped in the corner, and Todak knows this. Meanwhile, Kocho actually found out by Gary. He's completely alone. This is a morale booster for Onyx Olympus, who are also looking for something. Bayo ends up going down, just drowned in the sheer force of Todak. That's their third point.
Where will they now go? All the players have been revived at least once. Todak's still struggling in their run here within FFWS SEA. C-Triple-G with the 5 eliminations in hand. Looking for another booyah of the day. And it looks like the Indostars will be the ones in their crosshairs.
Yeah, we'll see right now. C-Triple-G, they're actually... someone is actually marked. I believe C-Triple-G might be chasing for it. Okay, that shot was nasty. Coach losing half his health bar because of that. He's getting chased down. Liam, on the other hand, actually intercepted by Krillin.
C-Triple-G's got the marker onto WAG, and they're not really even going for the hunt. They're still dealing with Indostars and Kochil. Tagged up earlier, finally put down. Liam has been recovered already, and Kochil is revived by Raz. Indostars not looking to get taken out early this time around. They've got enough money to continuously buy each other right back. In the meantime, GOW is going to be cutting down the distance between themselves as well as C-Triple-G. This is a big fight for GOW. It's not going to be an easy one.
And GOW, how are they going to approach this though? They will force to make the big wraparound, and that's a river that separates them. If they want to back off, they actually can do so. And I think that is the better course of action. Just don't engage in the fight at all. The onus is on C-Triple-G after all. Their marked target is outside in the blue. C-Triple-G thinking about chasing them down. GOW now making the U-turn back. Trying to intercept C-Triple-G, and on fire, he's the first one to catch wind of that, and one more gets the knock.
Yep, that's a good Homer used. C-Triple-G still manages to take Dian out of the equation. And RIP with the Tatsuya in hand, uses the portal go, repositions, but not really in a spot to backstab anyone at all. He's pretty much all alone now, waiting for that backup.
Could have been a mistake from GOW. I feel like you could just run. Now you attract C-Triple-G. That's just like how Todak attracted BRU, giving Get High another free point.
It looks like Wasana finds Zen as well. Todak, there's one guy running away as quickly as his feet can carry him. It's probably the captain, Fikri. Raja brings Zen back in. At least he has a little bit of money on him. So it looks like Todak will continue to survive this one. The circle's not going to hurt all that too much, so they can spend a little bit of time outside trying to revive the rest of their players.
For all the vending machine, all the point closes. See, one of them is just camping there. I believe that guy is Raja, out in the blue. Oh, he just threw out the glue wall. Now Moshi knows. I felt like he could have stayed still, but he heard all those footsteps nearby. And now he has to pray that WAG becomes the one that breaks this cycle. Funa, just a 180 to get rid of Raja. I suppose Todak did not stand a chance anyways.
Yeah, very different style of gameplay from Funa in the recent times. Very few mistakes being made. He has found his rhythm, and this is a very dangerous version of him. In the meantime, Onyx going up against Indostars. Gardu, a sliver of health left on him. The circle's going to be tagging him up at the same time as well. No other players taking those shots against him, and therefore Onyx will be able to survive that attack all around. Disengages to look for a better defensive spot.
You can see Jack is actively trying to get info for his team, but I think you call off the chase here. Just head straight. You will run into Evo Divine eventually, but it's better than trying to chase attack all around. Perhaps you play slow and let that fight unfold on the other end. 18 Deer got brought back instantly, but it's the blue zone that is now hurting ideas.
Yep, Indostars, one revival there already, but 2 players knocked down by the circle. Buriram trying to get WAG out of the equation, but they are chilling on top of a roof. pretty far away from the rest of the Buriram players, but Moshi's trying to flank from a long way around so that he can find a little bit of an angle to take those shots and to take those players off of that roof. We'll catch up with that action in a bit. In the meantime, Esports Divine trying to skirmish against Onyx.
See, before Esports Divine, I think you have a very good chance against Onyx. I don't think Onyx are in the healthiest state. Oh, in the meantime, VRU against Attack All Around and WAG also a part of this. And Onyx Olympus getting dragged into this because Attack All Around started to stir them. How is WAG going to survive this? Look at all the blue walls on top of the roof. VRU actually can just chill. Yeah, Puna takes the gold portal. He's going to back off.
Get high!
Decides to join. What?
Shows up at the wrong time, and Cyrus was there to instantly put him down and out of the equation. Indostars out as well. No thanks to the blue zone continuously hurting them, but Funa is going to be the damage dealer here to take Ghost out of the equation alongside Dolphin. But it's the final player available. Funa down, but who took him down?
I believe it's from long range. Could be C-Triple-G though. They have a good angle. Onyx Olympus also removed. Suddenly we're down to just 5 teams. Attack All Around. One of the best runs they had today at least. There's the portal there. Foki, you have to be ready to receive this. Tries to play footsies, but just crunched by the members of Esports Divine, and he goes down.
C-Triple-G standing currently on 97 points. And okay, make that 107 points because of those 10 eliminations. They're going for the Booyah. Let's see if they can reach that. Buriram, many C-Triple-G halfway through. It's the battle of the Thai Giants now. And Buriram is hurt. C-Triple-G with the advantage.
JW the first to go, and very nice boost by one more.
Oh my god.
The idea was good, but Moshi is just so sharp today. That is going to slow down the tempo of C-Triple-G. They wanted to play fast. They had to be in there before these glue walls go up. And now they have to fight through it with only 2 members.
Ooh, Attack All Around's out as well. Can we get an Indonesian interview, perhaps? And not a Thai one.
Oh, what?
2v2.
Oh, that was such a good attempt.
Esports has the advantage, Yasuke.
Yeah. He could have got a double, but I think there's a good chance for Esports Divine to win this. It's a 2v4. Esports Divine with the 4. Wasana and Moshi have to play together. This has to be the best tag team in the world to win this. Apex behind and they've already lost Moshi. It's Wasana to hold the 4, but it's not doable. Not against the full force of Esports Divine, and we will get an Indonesian team to get the Booyah and close out week 2.
Esports Divine, perhaps not the best of days for them. 37 points picked up before this game. And now they hit the Booyah to recover a little bit of their pacing. Good on them. Some tears of joy there as well. And they most definitely deserve it. At the very least, we get to see the Indonesians in an interview segment. We've missed them.
We definitely do. Especially in a situation where Indostars just overtook them right before this match, right? I know Expand is not a problem because they didn't get to play this round much, but Esports Divine, now I think they can reclaim that spot at least by the end of the week. You can say the same for Attack All Around. I think they've done just enough to maintain their spot for now.
Yeah, and I think Indostars might have just lost their spot here to Esports Divine, all thanks to the Booyah. It has definitely made a difference. And very, very tactical approach by Esports Divine, trying their very best to avoid a lot of those engagements. Whatever they had to take, they took with perfection. But as much as all of those fights that they could stay away from, they sidestepped them and continued their journey. Unfortunate for teams like WAG as well as GOW, they were a little bit too far. Flash, on the other hand, very, very far.
Still at the bottom, man. I mean, the gap between Flash and whoever is in the first place, or in this case, it's BRU on our screens, it is, to say the least, avert your gaze. Don't even look at the difference. It is more than 300. Can you believe it? In 2 weeks. I don't think there's ever been a gap that is that big in 2 weeks.
Nah, man. It's the new meta.
This is crazy.
Everybody's just popping off left, right, center in the first 3 circles with the pocket shop boost, the pocket shop confidence. I mean, what's the worst case scenario? We just buy back our player. We don't even need to run and look for a vending machine. We can bring them back no matter where we are on the battlefield. there's not even a need for you to go and loot up your team member before you revive them, which means they can be on the opposite side of the map and they can mess up and you can still recover your gameplay. That sort of a change brought into Free Fire has truly just blown this up wide open. A lot of the teams are very confident, and I mean, if you're already fairly well skilled with the guns, you're not going to think twice at all to go out looking for points.
Yeah, any updates, any changes in the meta that favors aggression, or is kind of just like a cherry on top for teams that like to fight from the beginning. You know what would be funny? In 2 or 3 years time down the road, when we get like a new meta, they just get rid of everything that's introduced. We go back to just raw battle royale, no revive, just pure, strategic in gunfights. No more of these. Oh no, I went down on the other side of the map. Bring me back. No, you go down for the rest of the round. That's how it all started, right? Many years ago, that was how it all started.
That's how it started, and then we had some very crazy people behind the scenes in Garena Free Fire who kept thinking, how can we throw more chaos into this mix? I mean, the most devious creation of Garena Free Fire thus far has been the Portal Go. That has not been a game changer. That has just been a absolute chaos maker. In an instant, you can backstab someone. In an instant, you can appear out of absolutely nowhere. Third party, fourth party, whatever. But you know what? Just throwing this point out there, 95 points ahead is the Thai team. But we, of course, want to catch up with the Indonesians. Let's see exactly what they have to say to a few questions.
Yay! Congrats for you! Finally, we got Booyah! Even if last round, it's okay. And now I wanna chit-chat with you about this match. What makes you finally got Booyah?
Apa yang membuat tim kamu akhirnya dapat Booyah hari ini?
I think kami telat panas.
I think, okay.
Iya, telat panas. Panasnya di akhir doang. Memang epos cupu anjing.
Okay, he says that I think we're really late to get the Booyah, but it's okay.
It's okay. Okay, next. What's the difference between the local league and SEA meta?
Apa perbedaan meta di liga lokal dan Southeast Asia ini?
Apa ya? Hampir sama sih. Cuman emang kalau yang tim-tim luar kayak lebih kompak aja gitu mereka, lebih disiplin banget. Kalau tim-tim Thailand itu sih.
Sama tapi lebih disiplin ya?
Iya.
Actually, the meta is the same, but the other team, especially Thailand's team, are more disciplined and put together.
Okay. Last question. Any team you wish to crush in the next week?
Ada tim yang mau kamu tabrak nggak di match selanjutnya?
Kata kapten gua, RRQ. Tapi enggak. Lu jangan bercanda lu, Go. Enggak, kayaknya Thailand sih, biar dia nggak ngedominasi terus.
Okay.
We want to crush Thailand team so they do not dominate us anymore.
Oh, for you Thai team, warning. Thank you so much, Abax. Thank you again, and good luck for the next week. Okay?
Thank you.
So, see you the next week. Bye-bye, and back to you, Shotcaster. Oh my God.
Did he just burp in the mic?
Man had a feast, man. He won the round. Man had a feast, and he just, I don't know.
Good
you know
one,
what?
bro.
It was a good one. Good development overall for the competitive scene. Last year we were like, man, these players have a lot more personality, but right now I think we're ready to turn it into a game show. You know what? Before I let this topic die and talk about the MVP, I have one more devious idea.
Tell me.
Okay, make it a 5v5.
That'll be fun.
Sorry,
actually.
5 men a team, right? Not 5v5, but 5 men per team.
That would actually be very, very fun to watch. maybe that might just be the next level of chaos the Garena Free Fire throws in here. I'm sure even if they did, Ray will be more than happy to deal with that. 4 eliminations, 5 knockdowns, 5 headshots, nothing fancy. Just, work business as usual with the Groza in hand. He does his job out there with the Tatsuya bursting around, brings in Suzy for the extra coins. You've got the Awakened Moko as well as the Awakened Andrew in hand for him to tag up everyone and allow the rest to earn some of those extra coins as well.
Certain interviews are rarer than others, and this one is one of it, with Evo's Divine putting themselves at least on the board to close out the week. Players like AimGod, and especially ABAX and G'day, they have been around for quite some time, but it's just the inconsistencies in between that sometimes make us either forget about them or forgot how long they've actually been around. And it's good to see them kind of on the board despite not being the top performers. At least as a team, Evo's Divine kind of have some certain things figured out.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that assessment, man. I mean, Evo's Divine, they are sometimes pretty easy to forget, but hopefully they hit more of these booyahs and remind us exactly how dominant they can be out there on the battlefield. If we look at the overall leaderboard in a bit, it would show that their performance thus far has been pretty decent in terms of a run. Let's take a look at the elimination leaders as well before we wipe the screen off. Funa taking the cake here with 7 eliminations to his name, followed by AimGod with a 4, Ray as well as Bayon and On Fire all following up with exactly the same number of eliminations.
And a Hall of Famous, Funa with the most eliminations, On Fire, the most damage, Yanbin, the most revives. I'm surprised it's just 2 considering that they've been in this game for quite some time. But 18 Deer, actually 2 rescues for Yanbin and 4 revives for 18 Deer. Messed that up a little bit. But overall, I think, Funa still, how many times has he been the player with the most eliminations? I believe half the rounds, right? In today.
Yeah, today has been a bombastic day for Funa. I mean, 9 eliminations, 7 eliminations, 8 eliminations, game after game after game. He has been on top performance, and his lack of performance had been affecting Buriram United Esports, had been affecting them in terms of getting them eliminated a little bit too early because he was rushing in and his rushes were pretty useless because he kept getting taken down. Players who were trying to go and save him were being tortured as well. A little bit of, I guess he got a earful from the coach in the background because today it's just a very different sort of performance from Funa.
It could be the coach saying that, hey, don't do that, or that's great, but now you actually need to take people out. And I think I feel like they're both reinforcing, okay?
Yeah.
So BRU, 24 points in this round, 15 eliminations, plus the Booyah. Actually, they didn't even get the Booyah. They just got 15 eliminations and they got 24. Evo's Divine second, the one with the Booyah with 23 points.
And let's see CGGG here with the 18 points. And we scroll down a little bit lower with GOW whacking the 10 points in here. It just means that they do not manage to climb into the top 12. Although the team in front of them, 2 teams in front of them, Heavy and PE Esports, are not playing within the day. A little unfortunate for GOW. Perhaps we will have to wait for next week for them to rise up to the occasion. Dewa United, on the other hand, still struggling to find their way into the top 12. And this is not the kind of performance that will get you there. Indostars dropping a tad bit too early, though, is great news for Evo's Divine, who did manage to get quite a massive game here alongside their Booyah. So overtaking on them on the overall leaderboard should be a guarantee now.
And look at that, BRU just
Boom.
firmly planting themselves in first place, almost 100 points ahead of CGGG. And they started the day, almost 40 points behind them?
Yeah.
This is madness. Of course, they are also almost 100 points ahead of STE. CGGG cutting into second place, but just barely attack all around, keeping the spot in the 5th place. Evo's Divine are 4 points ahead of IDS, which means now these 2 Indonesian teams are in a race to try and get to attack all around. Expand suffering a bit of drop off, same as Onyx Olympus, but at least if you look on the other side of the IO, GOW is now within touching distance of top 12.
I think this can already confirm my theory that Buriram is just not performing on purpose because their day 1 performance versus their day 3 performance is just worlds apart. Last week on day 3, they picked up a total of 141 points. This week on day 3, they pick up a total of 142 points. So when the boys are really trying, they know exactly what they're doing out there, and it's just so easy for them to replicate their performance.
Out of this world, otherworldly.
I mean,
That's
dude,
an
in
average
one
of
day
like
you
what?
can win the world championship, hands down.
True, actually true. If this was the old format for a world championship, BRU just wins it on day one.
Oh yeah.
Right? They finish day one, we give them the trophy, we fly them home, and everyone just plays for the prize pool. That's how crazy this performance is. But still, I mean, you look at the average points that BRU get. 140 plus points in 6 rounds, and they only got 2 booyahs, which means the rounds that they're not winning, they are still winning.
I most definitely agree with you. Massive rounds for them, back to back to back. Booyah just means absolutely nothing to them. It's just an extra bit of flex there that if they get, they are happy with. If they don't get, it really doesn't make them break a sweat. Funa leading with the eliminations. I tell you, the improvement by Funa has been phenomenal. In total, I believe he has got about 70 or 80 eliminations, and 50 of that came from just this week alone.
Yeah, and speaking about 50 from this week, majority of it is from today.
Yes, correct.
So really stepping up on the final day. I mean, no surprise you see Wasana, Dew, and Stop on the list as well, alongside On Fire. But Funa, definitely kind of the star of the week and someone to really look out for as the group stage progresses, because now Wasana is no longer the only threat. You have Funa, and even Wasana alone is hard to deal with. Imagine now there's 2 of them.
Now it makes sense why Funa was added onto the squad, because I just had so many questions with his performance. He just kept dropping the ball. Not only was he dropping the ball, he just kept getting into situations which just turned out so bad for Buriram Esports. But it is all about how you end the story, and he has ended it on a high. And we have to end it on a high as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you next week.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?